He needs 4 to pass Wayne Gretzky for the most in NHL history.
And honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. Ovi scored last night in the Caps' 4-3 win over the Bruins. 4 more goals. And last night's also going to go down as a historic date in NBA history. In a night for the ages, Golden State Warriors superstar Steph Curry and Denver Nuggets big man Nikola Jokic put on performances that rewrote the history books. Curry dropped 52 points, leading the Warriors to a 134-125 victory over the Grizzlies, while Jokic erupted for 61 points in a triple-double effort, despite Denver ending up falling short. The NBA confirmed it was the first time in league history that multiple former MVPs scored 50 or more points on the same night. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Me and the boys are all back together in beautiful southeast Washington, D.C. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
What up, dude? What's happening with you?
I am chilling, man. Just driving in traffic, pollen everywhere. If you recall,
the pollen here is minute compared to that crap in North Carolina.
It still exists, right? I mean, it's the pollen. What we had, one of the days you were gone, I think we had Amelia on. Or no, we had Amelia on opening day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And she was saying we haven't even hit the bad stretch yet because the oak hasn't started. I wonder if the oak is now starting. So a lot happened yesterday. I'm going to start by saying this. Why, Brian, you got a Mac?
You might want to turn on the mic, right, Brian.
Actually, I might be able to use that, B.
Not with me.
Okay. For those that want to watch the stream, my computer's about to die. So we'll see how that goes. Obviously, the biggest news in the area yesterday, Alex Ovechkin scored a goal.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched any of that, but watching Ryan Leonard, man, he flies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think
he's swift.
Yeah, dude. That was a really fun, cool game. Go up to Boston. Ovi scores. Strome scores. They
Wilson.
Willie.
Willie is more than just a dude that'll whoop your ass.
But he'll still whoop your ass.
Oh, he'll whoop your ass. But he's more than that.
I don't know this, and the Yankees have this long tradition of they try to give their stud players, at least for a long time, single digit numbers. And I don't know that this is a thing whatsoever in hockey because Willie is 43 and hell, Oshie was 77, right? And Backstrom was 19, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously Ovechkin's wearing 8.
Yeah.
I really like Chychrun wearing 6.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, now they got Ryan Leonard wearing 9. I think the single digit hockey jerseys look badass. I think the way Carberry handled that I guess it wasn't a call up, right? Because he was in college, but they had his rights for over a year. But the way they manufactured it all so that his first start in the NHL was in Boston, which is his hometown and where he played his college puck.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought it's just a really cool way to do it.
It's a great move. Great move.
Caps play again tonight in Raleigh. At some point today, we should re-examine our picks for when we think Ovi's going to break the record, because it's getting to crunch time now, man.
He's 4 more.
4 away, yeah.
And
they play tonight, and then they play Friday.
Play tonight and Friday.
And then Sunday.
I'm just hoping he get it done Friday.
Are you going?
No, it's my last day I had on the picks.
Yeah, so we got to go through our picks.
He can go 2-2 or go hat trick tonight and give me one tomorrow on Friday.
Removing our picks from the conversation. Do you care if he does it at home or on the road?
I don't care where he does it.
I would love for it to be at home, but I just want him to do it.
Listen, man. That's the selfishness of us as fans. We want to see it, want to be there. When I was playing ball and a record came up, you think I gave a damn if I was at home or on the road?
Right.
I'd much rather do it in front of your crowd and just make you sit up there and have to watch all of this happiness going on against you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like people say, oh, I wish he does it at home. If he does it on the road, it's going to be any less impactful?
I understand wanting it at home, and I know they won the cup on the road, but, like, I just want him to get it.
But
I think it'd be a relief.
The cup on the road, was it any less enjoyable because it was on the road, or did you still have a lot of fun?
It was incredible.
That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't make a difference where they do it at. It gets done. It gets done.
I also think the focus with that team is and remains the cup. Like the Gretzky chase is super dope, but the cup, like a long playoff run, is what matters most. And if they could get Ovi home with a couple games to go, I know in hockey you don't rest guys, but maybe they get less minutes. Maybe I think you know how the best teams in baseball want to set up their rotation for October.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the hockey equivalent of that is, like, let's get all the ducks in order for this playoff run. And if Ovi could break it.
I forgot who was on with us the other day. He said normally they play 17 to 18 minutes on ice.
I think it was Allen.
Yeah, so they don't really do like the other sports.
Yeah.
They give you their 17, 16. Hell, Ovi tries to get extra minutes all the time now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let him play.
I'm just excited. It's going to happen. He needs 4 and 8 games. They do close out. The final 2 are on the road. Maybe it's Friday night, dude. I mean, you get 2 tonight, 2 Fridays, entirely possible. What a cool little subtext to this season going on. All right, so beyond Ovi scoring last night, you also had big news for College Park. Maryland made their hire of Buzz Williams, former Texas A&M coach. If you listen to the program,
a good coach.
What's that?
He's a good coach.
If you listen to the program yesterday, I was telling you the whole damn program that it was going to be Buzz. News came out a little after we got off the air officially. We can argue as far as like who has a higher ceiling. And I think I've been pretty clear that I'm like kind of done with relitigating Kevin Willard. He left. He's entitled to leave. I think he handled it poorly. I'm on to Cincinnati, man. I'm just, you know what I am now? I'm a Buzz Williams fan. I'm all in. And B, the one thing I think is worth pointing out in all of this. Yo, Willard's 49.
Okay.
Buzz is 52. I would call them contemporaries. Does that seem fair?
Very much.
Buzz has been a head coach, I believe, 19 seasons. Willard's been a head coach, I believe, 18 seasons.
Okay.
In Willard's 18 seasons, he's been in the Sweet 16 once, and that happened last weekend with Maryland.
All right.
In Buzz's 19 seasons, he's been in the Sweet 16 4 times with Marquette. He's coached at Marquette, Virginia Tech, and now A&M.
I remember him big time from Marquette.
Well, and they went on an Elite 8
They
run.
were always good.
Yeah, they went on an Elite 8 run. One thing that's remarkable to think about is there was a time where somebody would leave Marquette for the Virginia Tech job because they wanted to get in the ACC.
Yeah.
I think now
they'll leave Virginia Tech to go to Marquette.
No, I mean, think
now
about
if they were in Marquette and Virginia Tech called, they might hang up on them.
I don't know. But what I know is they've been
Don't be mad at me, Roosters.
They've been coaching just about the same amount of time, and Buzz has significantly more postseason experience. He had an Elite 8 run at Marquette.
Mm-hmm.
He made the last In Texas A&M, they made the tournament the last 3 seasons. For those that forgot, Willard missed the tournament last year. I think they were under 500. I am not entirely convinced Buzz is better than Willard, but I don't think either one is demonstrably different. I applaud, and I was very clear with my criticisms last week. I applaud President Pines and the leadership over there for getting this done fast, because much of the conversation was, oh my God, they're cooked. Everything's broken. Well, they got a coach, 5 days later?
Yeah.
They're going to have money to spend in the portal.
And they're going to have to support that coach.
Yeah.
Those days of acting like your Ivy League school or whatever has to be done. If you're going to bring in a coach with his resume, you need to support that and push it.
Totally.
You can still go out there and push your academia or how you want to do it. But you better support that coach, because I'm going to tell you, in every school, I don't care where it is, Ivy League or wherever, if you got good sports, people like to go to those schools.
Yeah.
Let's get that straight.
I do think some of the trouble Willard caused about being a supported coach might end up helping Buzz Williams, because I do know there was some fundraising and some money that got attached to the basketball program.
Mm-hmm.
For the concerns that, Buzz has now coached at Marquette for, call that 6-7 years. Virginia Tech, he was there for 5 seasons. Then A&M for the last 6. He bounces around. Listen,
hey, man. He's been there 6 years, okay? How long was Willard here?
3.
How long was the coach prior to him there?
Probably 5.
Okay, so you haven't kept coaches either. If he stays here 6 years, he's been here longer than your last 2.
Right. Dude, the way college sports is currently constituted, every year is brand new. Every year is a new season. So, that's just the way this thing goes.
What you say all the time, and the way the portal and stuff is now, you don't know what you're gonna have. But you always say there are teams in the NFL that sign people early, okay? And when they sign them early, they don't have to worry about them getting all whatever. So if you see your coach doing well, go take care of him. Then he don't have to be looking nowhere.
Well, dude,
and a lot of colleges do that too. Hell, I just saw it's a different sport, but they just locked Dion up.
Yeah,
for 10
5
years. For 5 years.
5 years on top.
5 years, 50-something million, whatever it is. So you go and when you see somebody doing well, don't wait till the end and then try to, they owe you something. No, show them that love. Dude, and then stay around.
Totally. Buzz, apparently he's a hard-charging type. We're going to talk to Jeff Erman today and get a lot more information on it. But, when they hired Willard, I wanted them to hire Pitino, okay? I was on record about that. And the concern was, Pitino might only stick around a couple years. Mm-hmm. Well, Willard only stuck around a couple years.
Yeah.
I think college sports, as it's currently constituted, is such an absolute crapshoot right now that you can't be worried about 5 years from now. Worry about 5 months from now. And
I worry about the day, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I like the Buzz Williams hire. I said this to JP Flame in the hallway, and I think he agreed with me. If you're a young single man, none of us here, maybe kind of Jeff, but in your younger days, Brian, if you were willing to fist fight a man at a bar over a woman,
I would have never done that.
Okay,
I would fist fight the man, but I ain't fighting him over no woman.
Okay, let's just allow the analogy. Other people would, right?
He'd fist fight a horse, though.
You would fist fight a horse.
I'm just saying, my fights were always because of a reason, not that one.
Okay, but lots of people,
yeah,
whatever the reason is, if you're going to get into a fight over something, that something needs to be incredibly valuable.
Oh, hell yeah.
If it's worth fighting for.
Yeah.
I feel like Maryland and Villanova got into a fight for something that's at least results-based, relatively replaceable.
In Maryland's mind, yes, but in Villanova's mind, they may be thinking that they're getting something.
They didn't get into a fight over John Shire or the dude at Florida or even Bruce Pearl. Buzz Williams, the dude they were able to hire 4 days later, has a better resume than Willard.
A better resume, but it comes down to the person. And Villanova may be extremely happy and happy, prideful and proud to have who they have. But at this point, you hired a damn good coach. And you move forward. Now
that's where I'm at.
And they may listen, every time you have a relationship that separates, it's easy to say, oh, point at the other person. It was all their fault. No, you got to look internally and realize what you did wrong and make sure you improve that. That can help the whole relationship.
And
out.
I'm hoping
so
that's
Maryland needs to do that as well.
I'm hoping that's what's happening. And I want to applaud the college president for getting involved and getting this done. I recognize they don't have an AD, and everybody's like, oh, well, who the hell did the hire? The president did, because he recognized this was a problem and he addressed it. So I support that. White Brian, as the dude here that follows college hoops the best, is Willard versus Buzz a demonstrable difference to you?
I would rather have Buzz for my program. He was a thorn in Auburn's side for however many years when he was at Tech or A&M.
How about that? One vote Buzz. Jeffrey, is there a big difference, Buzz to Willard?
I don't know, JP. I only watch it during the tournament.
Appreciate that.
I was gonna say during basketball season, I pay attention to my school, even though it's a little Division II.
But I think
Jeff had a whole bunch of Maryland pride 2 weeks ago. Am I misremembering that?
Didn't I see how you got them big ears and don't listen? I said I don't really pay attention to Maryland until the tournament.
Well, some years you're not paying attention. Then.
But
Let's hope that
the thing
goes
of it
away.
is this, though, Jay. Moving forward, whether Buzz is better or not, he comes in with a better, let's say, resume. But the two entities, Buzz and his support group, are going to have to do better to make sure Maryland overall looks good.
I think Maryland's
all
got
that
to
matters.
do better.
Yeah,
and it seems
Maryland
like
do
they're
better.
going to.
And you hope to see what Buzz has done in other schools. You hope to see it here. But Maryland has to do better. Because listen, I have been the guy who I got here 30 plus years ago, and I always hear about Maryland. But I always felt like they never, ever supported even when Gary was here, they never, ever supported their teams like they should. They always tried to shun, we're not like everybody else. We're more like that school over there. You're not Harvard, dog. Not in that aspect. You may be damn good when it comes down to a lot of your broadcasting stuff and all this, but you're not those Ivy League schools. But you do have entities that can come out here and bring a lot of luster and love to you, but you got to support them too. But every president I've seen, listen, I was knowing about presidents at Maryland just because it was always in the paper.
Yeah.
And if I always hear about your president in the paper, that's not a good thing. Because it was always something negative or something bad going on, wasn't supporting this, trying to do something other than this. It was stupid stuff. So now that has to go away. And I think the people in charge now need to realize that you have a history of stupidity. I'm going to just say it like that. And it's time to break that and move forward. Look, I went to Penn State up here when I was at Lehigh. Went to Penn State. I'm looking at the campus, and I was talking to this professor one day. I said, man, why is it that the academic people always trying to destroy the athletic people? He said, not us. He said, hell, this campus was built by football. And you have been to Penn State?
Yeah.
They have a remarkable campus, building after building, because they had a great athletic program, their football team, and people supported it. And when people leave, they don't come back and say, hey, man, I'm pulling for the math department. They might get they love the fact that the athletics bring a lot of pride to the school, and when they are the billionaires, they write those checks because of what was going on there. And yes, they don't just say just give it to the football team; they give it to the school. But you know what sparked it? The athletics.
Well, you know what's changing all that now is the NIL and the collective, because now you're hitting your big boosters up not to build a new team facility or a new engineering building. It is, put that money in this pot so I can pay these kids.
Yeah, but they were doing
that's changing a lot.
But they were doing it anyway.
Yeah,
they just now it's legal.
In short, I'm cool with Buzz. Bring on the. I like being buzzed, Landfill. Yeah, print it. Make a T-shirt.
Well, many people think you look like it all the time.
Yeah, that was a tough angle of your boy. Still not sure if I'm cool with you, Standig. Just putting that out there. You know who I am cool with? John Leahy, the DMV MVP of real estate. If you're looking to make the biggest financial transaction of your life, talk to an expert. Talk to John.
Talk to John just like Amy did. Amy wanted to move closer to her family, but in order to make that happen, she first needs to sell her Vienna property. This would potentially be a challenging and sensitive move as she was looking to be the right fit to navigate all the complexities involved. Amy needed a real estate team who could handle everything with the utmost care, professionalism, and attention to detail. Lucky for her, she found John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. Thanks to their knowledge and feel for the market, they knew it was red hot for this listing. A flurry of offers soon followed, and with the result being a sale of $65,000 over the asking price. That's not $6,500, $65,000 over the asking price with no contingencies. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about Jon. That's John without an H. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time. No other people do that.
Well, and it's important that you understand kind of the how behind what Brian's saying. John has, I mean, as many as 10,000 buyers at any one time. He has people that have already pre-filled out all of the information. They've already made clear they can support the mortgage payments. Like, they are ready to rock. He has these people waiting for listings. So if you're ready to list, that's how he's going to get you more money than the market elsewhere. Trust me, man. Whatever the reason you're looking to sell your house, job changes, you want to move to a closer family, whatever it is, John can help you out. I would give him a call today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
The San Diego Padres and star outfielder Jackson Merrill have agreed to a 9-year, $135 million contract extension. Merrill's only turning 22 later this month, and he wasn't even eligible for salary arbitration until 2027, but the Padres locked him up. Last year's runner-up NL Rookie of the Year becomes just the latest Padre to sign a 9-figure contract. He joins Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis Jr., Xander Bogaerts, and Yu Darvish. Something tells me this team's going to be pretty good for a long time. And last night, Ovi scored goal number 891 of his career in a 4-3 win over the Bruins. He's now just 4 away from breaking the all-time scoring record. Now, barring a crazy goal-scoring night tonight for the Grade 8, he's on pace to pass Gretzky on April 15th versus the Islanders in the second-to-last game of the season. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We've decided we're good with Buzz. We just want Maryland to keep up their end of the bargain and keep it going.
Yeah.
Buzz Williams set to address the media today at noon. That joint moved fast.
Hey, man, let's be real. When they heard about him having a possibility of moving, they started working.
I mean, we had, these various college basketball guys on throughout the week, and they were all like, yeah, Buzz wants the job.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, when they knew Kevin was about to go, they started reaching out.
Right.
And getting feelers.
Oh, yeah.
And they knew where to go. And that's how the good ones do it. You don't wait till he leaves, then say, oh, now we're going to look. If he starts looking, you can't wait for him to get out the door because you got somebody else to replace him.
Yeah.
And normally you want somebody better. And in this essence, it seemed like they got somebody better.
All right, speaking of somebody better, this is pretty damn funny and cool. John Gruden, Super Bowl winning coach with the Bucks, coached with the Raiders, eventually came back and coached with the Raiders again. Not without his own controversies, but John Gruden now is like a Barstool Sports guy and just like a content guy and still like a crazy football fan. And I guess it's become a thing where people send coaches send John Gruden like a swag bag, basically. And so John Gruden got a new swag bag sent to him, and here he is reacting to it.
Look at this box from Louisiana, the Raging Cajun. It's not red, it's vermilion red. Hey, Coach
vermilion,
Michael
baby.
DeSormo. The Raging Cajuns, Louisiana. Now it's just the University of Louisiana. They used to be Louisiana Lafayette. This is where Charles Peanut Tillman of the Bears went. I mean, you'd be running down the field, and Tillman, boom, he would strip that freaking ball out of there. Charles Tillman, one of the great DBs of all time. And one of my favorite guys is Ike Taylor, former Pittsburgh Steeler, number 24, played press coverage, would take your best receiver out. That's not a good thing to do right here. They also have Brian freaking Mitchell, one of the most feared kick returners in the history of the game. You know, Brian Mitchell shredded me in the NFC Championship game. Damn Brian Mitchell.
How funny is that?
That's funny as hell. But I did reach out to Coach D and Troy Wingert, who runs all the stuff for the team, say, I want a damn box too now. The hell with John getting all the stuff. I want a box. And I looked at some of the stuff they have. I don't have those things yet. You need to put on the mic to talk to me, Jeff.
I was going to say, I'm quite sure it's just a phone call away for you.
Well, I
apparently he made the call.
I already sent it. And he was like, yeah, man, A lot of people around the country been hitting me. I said, did Peanut hit you? Yep. Brandon, yep. Everybody he named hit him.
Because that video kind of went, not viral, but it went a lot of places.
Oh, yeah. And as soon as somebody said they know you went to the school and they start talking about, did y'all get one of those boxes?
Right.
Yeah, and I immediately called.
We could use some Rage Cajun swag in the prison cell studio.
I had on some yesterday. You want
but like a poster or something.
All right, we'll find something.
He mentioned the swamp.
I had that before.
The Sultan of the Swamp.
Sultan of the Swamp one was kind of cool.
That's wild.
In my hip boots.
That's wild. What NFC title game was he talking about?
That was
one in Philly?
Nah, that was one against, in Philly. 0-2, wasn't it? 0-2.
Okay. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah. First play of the game, went 75. Dude scored on the next play. He squib kicked the rest of the day. They were playing keep away. I said, man, nobody came in to watch no damn keep away. Give me another try.
How mad were you guys to lose that game? I mean, at home, NFC title game.
I had spent the money already, Jay.
You'd spent the Super Bowl money already?
But like all week, they kept saying, Tampa hadn't won a game under 30 degrees.
I remember that.
I say, dude, forget about that. We better go out there ready to play this damn game. And wasn't ready. Stop blitzing Brad Johnson.
Keyshawn caught a touchdown.
If you don't blitz Brad Johnson, you're going to have problems.
Sure.
If you blitz him, you can get him to make a mistake. But we didn't blitz him. And we went boom, boom. I mean, it was like 2 plays, boom, boom, we scored. And then we got conservative. I don't know why.
That is unlike Andy.
Totally.
In that game, you had 4 kickoff returns for 125 yards. You had a 70-yard return. You had 4 punt returns for 34 yards with a 20.
Yeah, the rest of them were squibs, and I had to catch it on the bounce.
Well, and they must have kicked it to other guys too. Like Slechta caught one, and Whiting.
There was squib kicking.
Right. So
Whiting was Brandon was he was a defensive tackle that was one of the blockers up front. So he returned one.
That was my lone kickoff return in high school was a squib. I caught it up like side of my helmet because it bounced up.
Mm-hmm.
You caught it up.
That's the kind you don't want to get hit in the chest right when you're like that.
I got drilled. I held on to the ball, but I got rocked.
Yeah.
Those Philly teams were good, man. It was interesting seeing Andy just talk about a dude content in his own skin, man.
Andy's cool, bro.
It's also interesting with the Grudens at this point. Curious if you agree. They seem like they've made their peace with probably not getting back into football. Like they're doing all the media stuff. Anything like if you're trying to be a coach again and you start talking about gambling and like betting, and like working for Barstool. I mean, Barstool's legitimately probably Roger Goodell's #1 enemy.
Yeah.
Like
the owner of it for sure. But I think John has so many things he can do. But in that quarterback school, he did the media stuff at a high level. I think John he will make a lucrative salary.
Well, dude, I imagine he's still getting paid out the $100 million he had.
They were trying to stop some of that, so I don't know where it's at, but he'll get something out of it. Maybe not all of it, but I think he still has enough of a cachet where he can still get something done.
Totally. I don't even know if I imagine he's making good money at Barstool.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
bruh. Listen, John was up there, dude. When he was doing Monday night and all this different stuff. He had
a Corona deal.
He makes some money.
Yeah, he's doing all right. All right, I'm using Brian's computer charger right now.
Yeah, I hope my computer don't die.
Oh, I did want to talk one quick thing. Trey Hendrickson. At various times there have been a lot of excitement around Hendrickson. He's asked to be able to negotiate a trade. And I asked Zach Taylor, he's like, nobody calls me, they call the GM. He just kind of walked away from it.
Wow, man.
My understanding on the Hendrickson stuff, after being in Palm Beach for a couple of days, talking to a lot of different people, a lot of some folks from Cincinnati, some folks not from Cincinnati. It seems like I think there is there was a thought that like the draft would drive a deal with Hendrickson. Like, all right, they're going to get a couple picks. That deal will happen at the draft time. I'm not sure that's the situation. I think it's I think this thing I think Hendrickson's going to miss all the voluntary stuff. And I think this thing gets into August, September, and it becomes a real blinking of, you know, who does something first? Who does he get a new deal, or is he willing to sit out? I think that's the way it's headed more than his value to a team that just paid a ton to 2 receivers is significantly more than a second rounder.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the second rounder may prove to be a good player, but the odds are
this is
incredibly small that the second rounder gets 17 sacks this year, like he's done the last few years.
They've put themselves in a position where they paid everybody. You got this top-notch guy, you may not be able to afford him, so you got to get something for him, and that may be the position they're in. It's not you getting the value of him. When you start putting all this stuff out here and you go and you sign all these offensive players, you're telling them what's the most valuable to you. So other teams know he's not going to be around, so they're going to sit back and wait. And if it gets to the point where you got to make a move, they're going to pounce on it.
Yeah.
So hopefully whoever have a good relationship with the people over there. Just say it like that.
You certainly hope for good relationships. It's the right way to live life, man. It's much more effective than going the other direction. So if you're holding out hope on Hendrickson, I would have less hope than I did a week ago. Now, if you're holding out hope to keep the pollen out of your house, to lower your electric bills, just to make your house more livable and more pleasant, I got the guy for you. His name is Paul Henry and his team at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Getting my windows and doors redone by Paul Henry's Window Installation, one of the best things I've done at my house. They did a tremendous job. It's lowered my utility bills. Suck it, Pepco. And it's just made it so much more comfortable inside of my house, man. It's nice and cool when it's hot. It's nice, cozy, and warm when it's cold. And if you call this month, you get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door.
You know, they did the exact same thing for me. They did the same thing that JP just stated. But you know what? What happened last night? I told you I put this whole new window, this big old window door, this door in my kitchen. Yeah. And, you know, Monica was in there boiling eggs and forgot the eggs were on. And you know how eggs smell when they get burnt a little bit? So I was able to open the doors up with the screen still there, not worry about any bugs coming in, anything like that, and got that smell out rather quickly. Listen, Paul does a great job with windows and doors. Helped me with my garage doors as well. And I think he'll do the same thing for you. What I love most about them is they're dependable. They show up when they say they're going to show up.
Early,
they're gonna get this stuff done quicker than they probably tell you, and they'll be on and out, and they will not leave your house dirty like a lot of people do. So call Paul right now to receive 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. Bum, bum, bum.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, B. Baseball season has started.
Uh-huh.
We were out at Nats opening day last week. Wizards, correctly, still in the bottom 3 in the NBA. They're firmly in the Cooper Flag hunt. That dude is outrageously good.
They're doing exactly what they want.
Yeah, I ain't mad at the Wiz. But B, your Washington Nationals aren't exactly having the start many were wanting.
They're not. They're back in the day.
And last year they started better. Now, baseball's a marathon.
Yeah.
But, dude, if you play 162 games, they're about 10% would be 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
So half of that is 8. So they've played 5. They got a 6th game today. They're 1-4, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing today in Toronto, right? Yeah. And I think what's most alarming, Brian, is all our baseball guys, Toby, Stallion, Grant, like all these dudes, the amount of excitement surrounding Dylan Cruz is through the roof, right? He was an absolute stud at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Toby described him as a dude with aura.
Mm-hmm.
I got to meet him and talk to him, 2 weeks ago at that red carpet
I saw him
thing.
in Dallas.
Yeah.
No, New Orleans.
Yeah. He's cool. But his stretch in the minors wasn't all that good.
Hadn't been good.
And then when he got up to the bigs last year, it wasn't all that good. And, dude, baseball is an absolute marathon, and they haven't even run the first block. But it is tough to have this kind of start. He's played 4 games.
Yeah.
You know how many hits he has?
Probably 1.
Dog. Over.
It was .063, I thought, Landfill.
That's his
OPS.
on-base percentage.
Okay. Well.
His batting average is 0.
That's his on-base plus slugging as well.
In 15 at-bats, B, he has no hits and I guess a walk. Is that?
Mm-hmm.
And more alarming than that was the strikeouts. I think he struck out in 9 straight at-bats. And it was like getting close to like a new record. Hopefully he didn't get the record. But I think they gave him a day off. I heard Rizzo this morning on with the Junk saying, he's our guy. We're not worried about it. This is just life in the big league. Sometimes you start hot. Sometimes you start cold.
Mm-hmm.
You'd love for it to start a little hotter than that, though.
Yeah, but, it's too early to even.
I totally agree.
Jeff said it yesterday. It's too early to make a judgment right now. Like you said, 6 games into it, 160-something ago. 150-something
Right.
ago. And you expect him to be around for a long time. I understand getting a fast start gives you confidence.
Sure.
You feel better about yourself. Right now, he can't be feeling too good about himself.
James Wood, on the other hand,
Mashing the ball.
hit a home run the other day. He's been hitting well. I think that's the dude. I think you're seeing what you want to see from him. You know what I mean? Which is like just this crazy power hitter with unbelievable numbers. He is also so damn big when you see him in person.
6'8", right?
It's shocking. But B, the biggest story in baseball right now are these torpedo bats. What is your thought on this?
My thought on a torpedo bat?
Yeah.
You have to hit the ball, right?
Yeah.
So if you've been striking out with the other bat, you're probably gonna strike out with this bat. If you've been good on with the other bats, you're gonna be good with this one. If it seems the sweet spot they say is
way bigger,
is a little bigger or whatever. Hopefully, I would listen, man. There's technology coming every time to try to make things better. But one thing that can't help you, if you can't hit the ball, you can't hit the ball. If Dylan Cruz is swinging a torpedo bat right now, what would he be doing with it?
Striking out.
I just think that the example I used was when you went through the steroid era, guys that couldn't hit home runs didn't start hitting a home run. The guys that were hitting home runs just hit them a little farther.
Right.
So I think the rave is going to go down. If they hadn't hit 8 home runs, 15 in 2 games,
and the fact that it was the Yankees,
yeah,
if
15 in 2 games,
the Cardinals,
that makes people start talking about it. Are a lot of other teams doing the same thing? Maybe not.
The dude De La Cruz on the Bengals, on the Reds is swinging it, but like Aaron Judge has made a point of saying he doesn't use it. And he's like, yeah, last year, what he hit 60,
but
58
he
or something.
Didn't he hit 3 the other day in the game?
Yeah, but he's not using the bat.
But I'm saying they had 8. He hit 3 of them.
Right.
And he's not using the bat. So listen, this rate, I think it's going to go down. Now, let's be real. The people who make it the bat, they're capitalizing off of it.
Well, a few things. It looks cool. It just looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
And the name is badass. Torpedo bat. So
Yeah,
like
but
their marketing and engineering department from a look and all that.
Well, they better hope it continues like that, because if the Yankees are the only ones that's going to be hitting the home runs, it's going to die off. Because they had a home run hitting team last year.
Well, dude, here's the other part of this. Like, I just, if everybody starts to use it, people are like, oh man, this will change the kids' game or whatever. Only Major League Baseball and like some specific Major League Baseball summer leagues to get kids ready use wooden bats.
Yeah.
Everybody else is using aluminum or whatever, metal bats.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, but I don't think you could build a torpedo aluminum bat, because wood you can recenter or whatever. I don't think it works like that. So I think this is such a unique baseball phenomenon. I don't know. Landfill's the biggest seam head. Landfill, do you care about the torpedo bats? I think they're cool.
Just take the seam off of it.
I like it. I think that it's a cool new thing. Baseball is typically kind of resistant to new stuff. And if it leads to more homers, that's cool. I like home runs.
Yeah. What are we, dude? Not to make this.
Basically, they just made it right in the middle of the sweet.
Right.
They made that part a little bigger.
It looks cool.
It looks cool. it looks very similar to the other ball, just that it's a little weird shape at the end. But the whole thing about it is, you got to hit it on that spot consistently. How many people can hit it consistently?
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
To me, this just makes all the sense in the world. Can we get Dylan Cruz a torpedo bat?
But you got to hit the ball, Jay. He hadn't hit the ball.
Maybe we try something new.
No, but my whole thing, I just think that
if things stagnate in the bedroom, Landfill, put on a costume.
Let's be real, dog. If we give most people the equipment after a guy who has great talent hits home runs and all, we gonna give somebody else the same equipment. They're not gonna hit home runs. You are what you are. The bat may help you a little bit, but you know what? It's the fact that if you have the skill level or not.
We'll find out. I would like to swing a torpedo bat. See if we can make that happen. Here's what we can make happen. Neil Greenberg has been all over this NCAA tournament. We're talking to Washington Post's Neil Greenberg next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Tom Brady was the quarterback that had the most championships by any player in NFL history, but that record now officially is tied with Pro Football Hall of Fame quarterback Otto Graham. The NFL has just announced at the league meetings that the statistics from the All-America Football Conference will be incorporated into the league's record books. But there is another record that is going to be flipped there. The most championships won by any coach in NFL history now belongs to the Browns head coach, Paul Brown. Bill Belichick has the most Super Bowl titles for a head coach with 6, but Brown has passed him for that all-time mark of all-time championships. If you're wondering why are they doing this now, the league incorporated the AFL records when the two leagues officially merged at the conclusion of the 1969 season, so they figured it was finally time to do the same with the AAFC. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, folks, you hear that song. You know what time it is. Time to get smarter. Our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post joins us via the Rude guest hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. And you know what I've learned, B. Mitch? No matter how smart you are, no matter how good at picking NCAA tournament games, sounds like Pollen still gets to Greenberg. You all right over there, dude?
I'm okay. How are you?
We're good. We're good.
Don't go to North Carolina, then. I'm gonna tell you that.
We're all suffering from pollen, and B. Mitch claims North Carolina has it worse than any other place.
When the cars were going down the street, Neil, you can see the green just coming away from the tires.
My car is now yellow.
I've never had allergies until I moved down here, and my car has like a film of yellow on it, and that's when I know it's time for me just to sit in the house. The nebulizer.
It's tough, dude. This is a tough time of year. We're all out here, just grinding, just being heroes. There's a lot for us to discuss. I want to ask you this because you're really smart. I'm gonna start with the Terps job, then we'll go tournament, then we'll go Caps. Is there a demonstrable difference between Buzz Williams and Kevin Willard?
Good question. I mean, I don't know. I think it really is going to depend on what happens with the players that you have and then what happens with the players you're going to get. I think we're really now just in the era of how do you navigate the portal and NIL, right? Like that's really what we're into now. So I'm not really sure. I don't know. I mean, I think this has the chance to be something really good. I do think Maryland as a program is something that's worthwhile. But I'm just not. I mean, Kevin Willard was not. He was not a very good tournament coach, and I think that Buzz Williams is probably a lot better in that regard. So if you're looking for like on the horizon, I think Buzz will do a better job in the tournament, and I think that's ultimately where you make your street cred, right? I mean, like the regular season titles are nice, the regular season wins are nice, but everyone really remembers like how you did in the tournament. And Willard had 2 wins during his tenure in both at Maryland and Seton Hall.
He has one
And,
Sweet 16 in 18 seasons as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, that's not great. Whereas Buzz Williams routinely outperforms both his seed and also like his Ken Palm rate. Like when he was at Marquette, he won 2 or more games 3 times. Did that at Virginia Tech as well, won 2 games. So I think that, he knows, he certainly on paper looks to know what it takes to get your team ready for the tournament. And, he's had some pretty decent seeds with Marquette and Virginia Tech, so he obviously knows how to win during the regular season as well.
How much of this is going to fall on Maryland also to be like some of these other schools are? Because we can sit up here and talk about how great the coach is all we want. If you can't get the players that they're going to need to get, then you won't compete.
Yeah, I mean, this is finally being recognized as a business, and you have to pay to play. NIL is important. You not only have to make commitments, you have to follow through on their commitments. We've seen a lot of players talk about in different sports talk about how they were promised one thing and kind of a bait and switch type situation. So you need to be committed to it. And with Maryland, in the conferences and just and everything like that. I mean, football is going to soak up a lot of money. So you have to be judicious with the money that you give out, and you have to be willing to spend. And again, I think the transfer portal has proven to be really important. So it's a whole new landscape, and you have to have a progressive coach that understands that. You have to have a progressive AD that understands that, and you have to be willing to spend money, especially in a conference like the Big Ten.
Absolutely. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Neil at N Greenberg or check out his work with the Washington Post. You know what, dude? I'm surprised you don't have a podcast yet.
A podcast? Why? I come on your show.
Yeah, I mean, we love having you. I just feel like everybody has a podcast. I feel like yours would be very interesting. Anyhow.
This is my podcast.
Okay.
It's Wednesdays at 11 on the B. Mitch and Finley show.
There you go.
We'll start calling it that. We'll see if we can sponsor it. So with the Terps job, I feel like they did a hell of a really good job of moving quick to fix something that went sideways. As for this NCAA tournament as a whole, it's been boring, dude. There's been a couple good games. The end of Houston-Purdue was awesome, but when we heard, there were no real upsets, but don't worry, the Sweet 16 games will be so good. Well, they weren't. And now we're going to a Final Four with all 4 1 seeds. You called chalk. Chalk is rocking here. What have you thought of this tournament so far? I
thought it's good from a basketball standpoint in that the 4 best teams are playing for the championship. Yeah. We're seeing a lot of heavyweight matchups. I think Houston-Duke can be really good basketball. But that's not what the masses come for the tournament, right? They want to see the 12 seeds win. They want to see a team that they never heard of, come out of nowhere and just start to progress through the tournament. I mean, that's what they want to talk about. And that's, what makes the bracket exciting for the people that enter the pools. I think, when you can win a pool by literally picking the chalk the whole way through, that's just not a good experience for people in general for this type of tournament. So I think the tournament has been kind of a big meh burger, but the basketball has been good. I mean, it's, people complain about the best teams not getting a chance for the title. Well, here you go. Number 1 seeds are all in it for the second time ever. And I think that we have some good basketball, but I think this is going to be more the norm than just kind of a one-off. We saw Chalky last year. More analytics are coming out. They're being used better. They're being used to get the teams in the tournament, the right teams, the right spots. There's always going to be some snubs, but I think that this might be the new normal going forward.
I mean, how often have we seen somebody other than a number 1 win it all? Yes, we do get those lower seeds to go all the way.
That's a great question.
We got the lower seeds to probably get to the Final Four, get to the Elite 8, get to the Sweet 16, but they don't win it. So
You're right.
the 1, 2, or 3 wins it every year.
You're absolutely right, and I think what people enjoy is seeing the double-digit seeds in their in their bracket win. I think that's really what people are looking at. And you're absolutely right. I mean, you look at the Ken Palm ratings, just to use an example, and you can narrow down who the top 5 actual contenders are just based on where they're seated in the Ken Palm rating. But with the exception of Connecticut in 2007, there's been a 1 seed that's won, I want to say like 10 times maybe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
What was UConn?
You've had a 2 and a 4 and a 3.
What was UConn 2 years ago? Not last season, but
4.
A 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great
point.
UConn
in 2014, they were a 7. They were a 3, a 7, and a 4, and a 1. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's chalky after the Elite 8, but it's the parts before that get people excited because, what bragging rights did you have here? I mean, I picked the Final Four in the women's bracket exactly, and I somehow sussed out that the Cinderella number 2 UConn was going to make it. But, I mean, other than that, you have 3 number 1 seeds. I mean,
the women's bracket, tends to be quite chalky. Now,
it does.
To B's point, the men's winner has been chalky throughout time.
Mm-hmm.
But hell, wasn't it 2 years ago, San Diego State and Florida Atlantic made it to the Final Four?
Yeah, and I actually had San Diego State making the final in my bracket, by the way.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean,
they're making money off all this.
My kids should be able to go to college.
Okay.
They'll be all right.
All right, good.
Yeah, I mean,
now.
Look, people like the upsets. I think if it's chalk, I think you'll get the interest in the pools down, and I think that's ultimately like what makes March Madness the spectacle, right? Is that you have so many people who really don't follow college basketball or into college basketball because of the pools.
Mm-hmm.
But if all you need to do is pick chalk, I think people are going to get turned off by it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They'll stop picking all those whack upsets, though. I promise you that.
Right, they're not going to pick by mascot anymore.
Dude, I tell you what, we didn't let Greenberg in the invitational bracket, did we? That was probably smart. He probably would have won it.
You didn't ask.
But Neil, you should know this, that Matt Valdez and Bob Biaggi are dead last in the B. Mitchell Finley brackets.
Oof.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you got a friend that's right above them by 1 point.
Yeah, but all I did now, B. Mitch, here's what I'm doing. I'm pointing out first place and last place. B. Mitch is in first place. Valdez and Biaggi are in last place.
You're either first or you're last.
That's right. Now, B. Mitch wins if Houston beats Duke. Our buddy Bees wins if Duke gets to the title but loses to Florida.
Ooh.
Jeff and Digital Lou split it if Duke wins the title. And White Brian wins if Auburn beats Duke in the title game. How do you see the Final Four shaking out, Mr. Greenberg?
Duke, Florida at this point, I think. Duke beats Florida. I think Florida will have no problem handling Auburn. I think Duke will be able to grind it out versus Houston. I think Duke can beat any team.
Neil, I think you're trying to get Brian to come through the phones on you, man.
I would never stoke the fires to cause an argument. I don't know where you hear that from, but that is not
Brian
me
is
at
over there
all.
like already shaking his head like, man, who is this guy?
So you got Duke beating Florida, and you also nailed the women's bracket. And for those that are unaware, you can also gamble on the women's bracket. What do you like on that side of things? You said University of Texas a while back.
Yeah, I have UConn. What do I have? I have UConn beating Texas.
Okay.
Yeah. And I faded USC before the injury too, because this was obviously when the brackets were put out. But I have UConn over Texas in the championship game.
I feel like the women's tournament committee really botched that South Carolina, Texas is a Final Four game and not a potential title game. Doesn't that feel like a title game?
Yeah, it does.
I guess they had UCLA,
there's a lot of good
USC
women's teams, especially at the top. I mean, you can make a case for almost anybody. But I think UConn special. I mean, I like Paige as a player. I think that like she embodies what women's basketball is all about.
Yeah, she can play, man.
So I don't root for players, but I think that's a storyline that I think is really good for the game itself and gives people like a star player to watch and develop and then move on to the NBA with the WNBA with. But I've always liked Connecticut this year. I thought that they were underseeded even as a 2 seed.
I agree with you. All right. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's switch this up. A little puck talk. Caps win one last night. I think they could use a win, especially against a really bad Boston team. And Ovi gets a goal. He now needs 4. Got 8 left. We'll take an updated Greenberg power rankings. When does Ovi get the record?
All right. So I have the most likely games as April 12th at Columbus, April 10th hosting Carolina, and then April 13th hosting Columbus. I have those as the 3 most likely games that he does it. I give it a 70% chance we don't see it this year.
Really?
Yeah. He only needs 4.
You're saying a 70% chance he doesn't
17.
get it?
17.
Oh, okay. 17. I thought you said 70. Pardon me.
No. I'm not a lunatic.
Yeah, it seems like he's going to get it.
Yeah. It's going to be close, though. But, yeah, he needs 4 more.
4 in 8 games.
4 in 8 games. I mean, just get just get them all done. That's what I would say. If I'm Ovechkin,
2 tonight, 2 Friday.
If I'm Ovechkin, I just say, you know what? I'm just doing this right now. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I want it to be over, and just get it done. I mean, it's that easy. Trust me.
Yeah, I agree, dude. What do they have in this kid, Ryan Leonard, that they just called up?
I think they have a lot. He certainly looked good during his time in college. I'm not surprised that they brought him up, but I think that he's got they got something there. I mean, he certainly played well in Boston. He's a young kid. He's really good in the offensive zone. He can find guys on the run. He's a good skater. I mean, he's someone that you can really build upon. And you look at what Washington's building for the post Ovechkin years. There's a lot to like. I mean, you have obviously now Ryan Leonard to go with, like Prodas and McMichael. They're signing guys to long-term deals. They have Tom Wilson still. There's a really good nucleus there that can grow into a competitive team even after Ovechkin hangs it up.
Yeah, man, they have threaded the needle. They got younger
and better,
and it's just crazy what they're able to kind of put together this season. They're going to be the 1 seed. I think that's pretty damn obvious. I keep checking this. I don't know why I'm so obsessed by this, but if the playoffs were today, they'd play Montreal. Seems like Ottawa and Montreal are kind of pulling away in the wild card race. Are we worried about Montreal?
Well, you're going to hear a lot about the
Yaroslav
2010 series, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think what Montreal, they got a lot of scorers. I mean, obviously Caulfield and Suzuki, Patrick Laney. They have 12 guys with double-digit goals this season. Maybe they have one more, and Mike Matheson. So they got a lot. They got a lot of depth, and that's you can never take depth lightly. The goaltending though for Montreal is not great, and if there was a Halak type situation, that would be very out of the ordinary. So I'm not really worried about Montreal in terms of the defense. I think that if you let them in, it's going to be a problem, but I think that's something that the Caps should be able to put points on the board pretty easily.
One word answer. Are you worried about Dylan Cruz?
No.
Attaboy. Thank you, Greenberg. Appreciate you, buddy.
All right. Love you guys. Talk to you soon for next week's podcast.
That's right,
bro.
That's the Neil Greenberg podcast via the B. Mitch and Finley program.
11 o'clock Wednesday.
11 o'clock every Wednesday. You know what Lauren wants now?
What?
A sauna. for the house. You know where you can get a sauna for your house?
Well,
Offenbacher.
you know how to get it.
We might have to make this happen. Dave and Alex, if you're listening, we might need to do it. Seriously, Offenbacher's has so much more than you think. Obviously, they've got the best outdoor furniture you can get. They'll take really good care of you. The outdoor furniture we've gotten from them is fantastic, high quality, warranties. I mean, they really run an awesome operation. They drop it off. They'll take away your old stuff, all that stuff, right? You know what's wild is my father-in-law just got a new hot tub cover. And he's like, yeah, the company was great. They come, they take it away, all that. I was like, oh, what'd you use? He's like, Offenbacher's. I was like, you know, I work with them, dude. I could have made a call for you, but shout out to Lou. Seriously though, with what what folks at Offenbacher's, what a lot of people don't realize is that you can do way more at Offenbacher's than just the furniture, the swim spas, the hot tubs, all of that stuff, like the high-end relaxation stuff that can change your home and maybe change your life. They can take care of it. And the one thing I really want that Lauren's going to overrule me on is the cold tub, man. The cold plunges are just so awesome. And if you have back pain or joint inflammation, you get in that cold plunge in the morning, dude, you feel like you just shotgunned a Mountain Dew. Like you just feel like you're riding high. You should check them out. They've got 4 stores, Herndon, Annapolis, Gainesville, or Rockville. Browse online at offenbachers.com. Here's a special offer for you. You tell them I sent you. You get $500 gift card when you purchase a spa. I'm telling you, they'll take good care of you. Don't wait. Make your summer even better with Offenbachers.
The Dodgers defeated the Braves 3-1 last night, improving their record to 7-0 in the process. The Dodgers have now matched the best start to a season by the defending World Series champions in Major League Baseball history, tying the 1933 New York Yankees. But on the other side of things, the Braves are now 0-6 to start the season, and watching them play, it doesn't look like things are going to get any better over there. Good news, though, is that should make the NL East just a little bit easier for the Nationals. Speaking of, the Nats lost 5-3 last night to the Blue Jays, but Washington gets another chance to face them again today. First pitch scheduled at 3:07 p.m. Mackenzie Gore's getting the start on the bump as the Nats try to end Toronto's 3-game home winning streak. As always, you can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan as the Nats take on the Blue Jays. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to Cake. I like that song. Here, if everybody could take a quick look. I saw my man Jeff parking his car this morning, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why he has that sticker on the back of his car.
And number 2?
It just now, if I may ask a few questions, Brian, can you identify for me that is just a random number 2 sticker on the back of Jeff's car?
That was there when he bought the car.
What do you think of when you think of number 2? It ain't De'Ami Brown.
That's where he's about to go.
Yeah. Jeff, why is there a number 2
He's
sticker?
always having a number 2.
Yo, he's got a lot of number 2 issues.
It's stomach best with him now.
Hey, look, that was not on my car when I bought it. I put that on there.
You put a number 2 sticker on your own
Why?
car.
Because I support the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms.
And you have to go number 2 all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe that
right to bear.
You know, I think the Junkies used to talk about this. Like out in Loudoun County, at least there were rumors that there were like all these swinger communities. And if you had like white rocks in the front of your house, meant you were down with the cause.
I knew about that.
Okay, great.
I heard the rumors.
Hold on, what?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, white rocks.
So look for white rocks. Sorry.
Certain golf courses.
If you see white rocks in somebody's yard, just go knock on the door. Tell them what's up.
I'm white rock. I'm with it. I'm with it.
That's the old fashioned sliding into the DMs.
You fly into the R, the rocks.
So I wonder if Jeff's number 2 sticker on his car is like a secret code for people with bad stomachs. Like, yo, I know I'm cutting you off, but I got to get to this.
Yeah, I got to
toilet,
get
dog.
where I'm going. You know what's happening.
Hey, so it makes perfect sense right now. I was like, yo, why is this truck just sitting next to me while I'm parking? Because I had the back end. There was another car that wasn't patient, so he had to wait. And then it was this black truck.
You never looked.
And then
I looked.
I honked at you.
It's kind of like it's like when I was next to JP, didn't even know I was there.
Yeah, and I was wondering why you honked the horn. I'm like, yo, this person can see I'm clearly parking my car.
Well, Jeff also, in his efforts for free parking all the time, is very aggressive when he's parking. And I was a couple cars behind, but there were a car in front of you that was trying to turn into that parking lot was highly intimidated by your
No, it wasn't that. He
fairly aggressive reverse methods.
Now, the thing is, people will see you turning on the street and they won't stop, even though they just entered the street. So I'm like, dude, you see me backing up. Why would you continue to come forward if this is DC and I could parallel park right there on the curb? I just made a 2-point turn in the middle of the street.
I just found out if you got white rocks or cherry blossom trees in your yard. I have cherry blossom trees in my yard. That damn sure don't mean that.
What did you Google to find that out?
Greg sent this. So Greg know all the rumors.
I have neither white rocks or cherry blossom trees in my yard. All right, so shout out to Jeff and the number 2 sticker on his car. I did want to ask you something, B. Mitch.
What's that?
Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones.
Idiot.
The
second one is the idiot.
David Mulligetta. It's funny because did I tell you I got to hang out with Jordan and Anthony down in Florida?
Nah.
We went out for dinner. They said hello. It was a lot of fun. And at one point, Anthony asked me, he's like, is Drew Rosenhaus the biggest agent in the NFL? I was like, probably not anymore. Like, he's big, but he was really dominant when Miami was so dominant.
There you go.
Because he was signing a lot of guys out of the U.
I'm the U.
And there's a bunch of guys. There are some NFL agents that are very public and on social media and stuff. And then there's some guys that keep a very low profile. That are
they just do their job. Keep moving.
But David Mulligetta,
you know who he
is the top agent at Athletes First, or among the top agents at Athletes First, and absolutely among the biggest agents in the NFL, if not the biggest agent in the NFL. Period. Full stop. If you look at the deals he's gotten done for his guys, they're massive. Massive.
Yep. And for an owner to claim, I don't even know his name, you're a lie.
So Jerry Jones said that he and Micah Parsons have been talking about his extension, and they've worked out a lot of the details. They've worked out the years. They've worked out roughly the money. But Jerry says the agent is not a concern here. I don't even know his name about David Mulligetta. Now, apparently the structure here is that Mulligetta is talking with the Cowboys salary cap guy, and that's how that deal gets done. But it seemed like such an unnecessary shot at a really powerful, character in the NFL.
But that's what Jerry has been. I mean, I think the thing we have to realize, we got to stop expecting people to be somebody that they're not. Jerry has been an ass the whole time he's been around this league. And he's going to always be that. And he's getting older now. He's going to be a bigger one.
Yeah.
So I just think that expecting him to change at this point is a waste of our time.
Now, Micah Parsons reacted to this on Twitter, because Micah Parsons reacts to everything on Twitter.
Oh, he does that.
He said, so Clarence Hill is a reporter down in Dallas, been covering the Cowboys a long time. Clarence tweeted, Jerry Jones with blatant disrespect to Micah Parsons' agent, David Mulligetta. The agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name. Mulligetta is one of the best and most respected agents in the NFL. Parsons is wise to have hired Mulligetta. Clarence might be tipping his cap a little here, trying to get some information, but that's fine. Micah quote tweeted that and said, facts. David is the best, and I will not be doing any deal without him involved. Like anyone with good sense, I hired experts for a reason. There is no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. There will be no backdoors in this contract negotiation. All correct. He has an agent. Jerry's going to deal with him. Jerry has dealt with him before. It's just
but just
so
act like
bizarre.
you don't know his name. Come on, dog. Please.
Just
the damn fool.
The mess of the Dallas Cowboys just never stops, man.
Hey, Jerry is going to be Jerry. Point blank. Not changing.
Yeah, and
if you learn to just deal with it as what he is, then you don't have any issues with it. You don't be alarmed by anything that goes on with him.
I think Tank Lawrence, when he said, I'm not winning a Super Bowl in Dallas. Now, whether that was specifically about this year or whatever, that, I don't think that's a serious football organization. Football, winning games is not the top priority there. And I know it because I saw it here for 25 years. There are
who was the guy that was here trying to act like Jerry?
Yeah.
And now he's gone, so Jerry could be Jerry now. He had somebody going out there doing it for him. Now he could be himself, and he's doing a good job of it.
From Jory Epstein, who works for Yahoo Sports, Jory reported, multiple sources confirmed to me that Micah Parsons asked Steven and Jerry to call his agent to negotiate. Sources confirmed that the Jones have not made that call. Mulligetta has talked with Cowboys Director of Salary Cap and Player Contracts, Adam Pacifica.
Whether he talks to Jerry, Steven, or not, if he's talking to somebody that represents it, that worked for the Cowboys, he's talking to him.
Right.
So they're gonna talk to the salary cap guy. They're gonna talk to Jerry. Jerry can do what he wants to do. You're still communicating with the dude. I mean, people think let's just forget about all the technology that's going on now. Simple stuff. You come to talk to me and I'm not there, and the guy say, yo, let me know what you want to be Mr. No. And you tell him and he comes tell me, then I tell him something, he tells it back to you. We're communicating, aren't we?
Agreed.
Nothing changed.
Right.
God.
Yeah, everybody's trying to kind of, I don't know, man.
Trying to one up people.
Here's what I know. I like being at these big NFL meetings, Super Bowl, Combine, owners annual meeting is what they like calling it now. I love being there now, and I got nobody coming up to me asking about the trouble in Washington, the controversy, the investigation. Like, we are finally just sitting there, sipping our tea, watching the fires burn at other cities around the NFL, and I'm here for it, B. Coming up at noon, Smoking Al Koken, getting us up to speed with the Caps.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week. And whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of the exclusive promotions, Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. Listen, right now, as you look at the schedule going on this week in D.C., we can bet that Ovi is going to probably break that record. Let's say get 2 today, 2 tomorrow. 2 on Friday. Then all of a sudden, Dylan Cruz will get his hit. Have Landfill and JP back up off him a little bit, and the Wiz to go out there and beat somebody by 20. If you bet that, you can get you a great parlay together, and you'll get a huge payout, not just a little payout. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bet with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. They'll be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Say what? Roller coaster.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. B. Mitchell Finley won.
There you go, Landfill. Go way back for us, baby.
067 the fan. All right, I haven't told you guys my story yet.
Yeah, I've been waiting on that.
All right, let's do it. Before I tell you my story of just how dumb I am, caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to the Where the Party At tour.
All
featuring
right.
Nelly and the Saint Lunatics, Ja Rule, Eve, and Chingy. Wednesday, July 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. I'm going to tell you 2 facts about this concert, the Where the Party At tour. 1, I would love it, and I think it would be really enjoyable. 2, there's no chance I go.
Okay. Why not?
Jiffy Lube's far from the house, and
like an old ass.
If I'm going to Where the Party At, I'm definitely drinking. I don't feel like I need somebody to drive
me. You know
me.
you can find somebody. I'm going to ride with you.
Yeah, I think that's.
He likes to drive.
Wednesdays, I got to work. That's the week before training camp.
Oh, Lord.
I'm just saying, that looks like a fun night.
You're going to wake up one day and you're going to just have a bunch of gray hair. You're going to be leaning over looking like an old 80-year-old man.
I'm cool.
That's how you act already.
I already have gray hair. Little bit of news here from the Chiefs beat writer. The Chiefs are the favorite to face the Chargers week 1 in Brazil.
Well, makes us move closer to Madrid.
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily. It means
if they play
the
Chargers in Brazil, we ain't gonna be playing in Brazil.
Sure. If it's not Washington in Brazil, then it still gives the Commanders one opportunity for an international game in Spain.
And I would believe that the league wants Jaden Daniels in one of their international games. I mean,
so I wonder that with a young quarterback like that and what the international audience is, I wonder if Jaden has that big of a name yet in Spain. You know what I'm saying? Like here he does.
Well, the thing about it is most times
or Brazil or Ireland, whatever.
when you're international, normally the league is promoted by what? Quarterbacks.
Sure.
And if you were the rookie of the year and you've done, I'm sure they've heard of him. Lil Birdie told me he was over there doing a little promotional deal this offseason too.
In Spain?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So maybe, just maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe the workout. I'm going to just tell you, JP Finley, you don't listen. I've told you that already.
Okay. So that's going to be interesting. If it's KC, maybe Washington is in play for Miami in Madrid. There was this dude, this like hardcore NFL schedule nerd. I don't know I think that's actually his Twitter handle. NFL schedule nerd.
Yeah, he probably did.
Had Washington playing Miami in Madrid. I want to say in mid-October. I have heard Brazil for the opener, but none of it's official. None of us have seen the schedule. The schedule's not going to be out for like another month, too. Comes out.
There you found.
I had heard that person told me that the other day, too. There you go. We'll see, man. I know that you have been adamant that you prefer Madrid over Brazil.
Hell yeah.
Why?
I've been to Spain. I like Spain.
I like Spain, too. I'd love to see Brazil.
Everybody that went to Brazil, they were complaining about stuff being missing and all that and the crime, and I don't want to have to deal with all that.
I've never been to Madrid. I've been to Barcelona. I've been to Pamplona. I'd love to go to Spain. Spain would be very, very dope. Looks like that might be where this thing is headed, man. The Commanders versus the Dolphins. Here's the other thing, and I recognize it's not international travel, but as far as you and I and fans that want to go on these trips, it wouldn't be too bad just going to Miami either. Like if it's Miami, my only preference is can we have it in December?
We have it at a time when it's not hot as hell?
Right.
Yeah. Either one of those would be good.
Yeah. And if it's not Washington going to Brazil to play LA, means Washington's going to LA. And I have heard that the Commanders, if they get a West Coast game, would like to kind of stay out there. Like say, whenever Washington plays the Chiefs is going to be primetime, don't you think?
Hell yeah.
You get Jaden versus Mahomes.
Oh yeah.
So if you could get the Chiefs, which are halfway across the country, and then you could get the Chargers and
You could
just
stay
go out there,
Let's come back.
kind of similar to last year.
Yeah.
I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I think this organization has shown a willingness to pay.
To pay up.
And then DQ talking about how important that week in Arizona was. I feel like they might be trying to find something like that. They said they're going to keep training camp in Ashburn. So if you're keeping training camp in Ashburn and you're going to do a joint practice with the Patriots, it sounds like, and then find another place. Do you think, I personally don't think the current Commanders Park could host joint practices. Now they have more fields, but
they have more fields. They can host.
I'm just saying the interior space.
I think what they would have to do if they're going to do something like that, they would have to put some more of those stands by probably another field to be able to do it. Or
you're saying for fans?
Yeah, for fans. One of the fans will be one of the fields won't be able to be used.
Yeah, I mean,
they already filled up with regular people there.
Where they're putting the fans now.
If you really think about it, when we went up to Baltimore, the space in the back of Baltimore was no bigger than what it is over there.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah,
now, the Dolphins had a ton of space.
They can do it.
The Jets didn't have that much more space.
Yeah, they can do it.
My point isn't the fields. It's more like meeting rooms.
The facilities.
Yeah. Like the inside space. Like where you'd have to build out a second locker room on the field like they did during COVID or something. And then then you're losing field space.
Because we were on campus when I did it, Latrobe, when we went to the Steelers, but the one in Miami,
I wonder if Pittsburgh isn't a real option considering the history DQ and Tomlin have, and they're not slated to play each other this year.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of moving parts, but according to one person that just texted me and B, he says it's going to be Madrid for Washington. Al Koken joins the program next.
Oh.
This sports update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp. Coach Wooten, that's 2 O's and 2 T's. The NFL revealed this week that the 2025 schedule will include 3 games on December 25th, so that means there will be a total of 6 teams playing on Christmas. But according to The Athletic, the Chiefs want to make sure that the NFL makes them a fixture for Christmas Day games. The team is hoping they can start playing on Christmas every year, just like the Cowboys and the Lions play on Thanksgiving every year. But it's yet to be determined if that will be the case or not. And Arizona State freshman Jaden Quinton's a projected top 5 pick in the 2026 NBA draft, underwent successful surgery to repair his torn ACL in his right knee back on March 19th. He's projected to be cleared for contact in 6 months, putting him in line to return to action before the start of the college season in November. Quintons will also explore the transfer portal following a season where he was named to the Big 12 all-freshman team and all-defensive teams, making him only the 5th player in conference history to earn that distinction. So maybe he will not be the Arizona State sophomore next season. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to rising high school stars and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camp. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Listening to B. Mitch and Finley, we are fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline, most reliable HVAC products in the DMV, and talk to our friend, Mr. Al Koken. Smoke, where are you at? Are you in North Carolina, Boston? Where are you, sir?
Beautiful Raleigh, North Carolina, awaiting Capitals Hurricanes tonight on Monumental Sports Network.
Okay, got it.
Be careful going outside. There's a lot of pollen down there.
I'm feeling it, B. Trust me, I'm feeling it.
I was down there all weekend, bro. Ooh, Lord.
Oh, what'd you shoot?
I was actually visiting the grandbaby, but I did shoot an 81 and a 79.
You played
Thank
twice?
you very much.
Yeah.
I didn't know you played twice on this visit to North Carolina to see family.
Yep.
Where's Grandpa? Where's Grandpa? Oh, he's on 18 right now, honey. He'll be right there.
Grandpa left early.
One of my favorite restaurants in the world is the Angus Barn there in Raleigh, if you're looking for a steak. Although, I imagine, what time you get in super late last night?
Yeah. We got to the hotel a little after 1 o'clock, probably about more like 1:30. So, yeah. So it's going to be a tough game tonight for this team. I think Raleigh, the Hurricanes haven't played in 3 or 4 days. Capitals, obviously, last night in Boston. So this is going to be one of those tough nights. This is one of those nights where I think sometimes it's more psychological, right, Brian, when you're these quick turnarounds. Yep. Sometimes it's more psychological than it is physical. It wasn't an overly physical game last night, but they did have to exert themselves after a lousy second period to get the 2 points last night in Boston.
Well, and the Hurricanes are second in the division. Now, they're not going to catch the Caps, but they have been playing really well in kind of the last month, second half, and coming in hot. They've won 2 in a row. They're going to be fired up to get to – that is a difficult little spot tonight for Washington.
Yeah, I think if I read correctly, the Hurricanes are 8-2 in their last 10, and to your point, they've had a little winning streak going. Caps 6-3-1 in their last 10, so Caps are kind of in a little bit of a lull in some regards. JP, it's tough to argue with what they're doing. They're sitting there with 105 points. It's amazing to watch them, rack up these numbers, and yet Spencer Carberry has been kind of saying in his post-game press conferences, we've got to play better. We've got to play a more complete game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm talking with our friend Al Koken here on the Rude guest hotline. Root is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Of course, you can follow Al at Real Smokin' Al or watch all of his coverage on Monumental Sports Network with the Caps games. All right, Smoke, how cool was the scene last night for Ryan Leonard's debut? I mean, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, he had his entire Boston College hockey team there. Parents, family members were there. It was really great. And you could tell the kid was having a great time. If you had to pick a spot to make an away debut, that was going to be it. And he was a little more comfortable in that building as well. He said I think during his college days had played, I think he said eight different times in college and some other events, 8 different times in that building. So there was a familiarity, but obviously having all the people that were close to him and have rooted him on, it was a special moment. And I thought he did a solid job. I know there was one moment where he created a turnover, and I could just, the expression on his face, and he's heading to the bench, he smacked the side of his leg with his stick, and how angry he was at himself. But then again, he was instrumental in the play that led to the Dylan Strome goal that got the Capitals ahead in that third period, and got good reviews from his coach, got good reviews from Dylan Strome afterwards. So it's going to be interesting to see how they progress with Ryan. Now, I don't know if they go with him again tonight, because not only is it going to be a back-to-back situation in the pros, but remember, he played in the NCAA tournament, a very emotional game with his Boston College team on Sunday. So I don't know if you really want to ask this kid to play 3 games in 4 nights to start his NHL career. But it's going to be interesting to see how they use him moving forward, even if they don't play him tonight. And one of the other things, guys, that I was interested to see where they would put him. There was a lot of conversation, having with our colleagues, Joe B. Locker, Johnny Walton, Kenny Sabrin, guys like that. But, do you just ease him in on the third line? Well, Spencer Carver said, no, we're not easing anybody in. He's up there with one of our top centers and Dylan Strome and a top winger and Alexi Protas. And he got a regular shift. It wasn't like they were hiding him here, hiding him there. And I think that says a lot about what they think Ryan Leonard can hopefully provide for this team down the stretch and into the postseason.
What kind of game you think he has, Al?
Well,
speed game, power game?
Well, it's interesting. He likes to play physical. And he's, a solid 200 pounds, but he's not overwhelmingly large like a Tom Wilson who can play that power game, that run through you type of game. The thing that impressed me the most, Brian, is that any time there was a play where the Capitals had a little zone time, a little cycle time, anytime that puck, as you saw on the Dylan Strome goal, when it went low to high, he was one of those guys. Now, Strome got there to the net as well, but he was one of those guys that immediately made a blue line to the beat, blue paint. And I can't tell you how frustrated the Capitals coaching staff has been lately on how few of those goals they've scored. I had mentioned that to Dylan Strome in my post-game interview with him about how, the coaching staff has been begging you guys to get in the blue paint more. And Dylan Strome certainly did it on that goal. But anytime there was a situation where there was a shot possibly coming in from the point, if you looked up, you saw number 9 trying to battle his way to the front of the net against, ostensibly bigger, stronger men, so to speak. And that to me was something that I was really, really pleased to see. He didn't shy away from getting to the front of the net where you take the most abuse.
Obviously, I thought he was impressive. I thought, Smoke, you've seen a billion hockey fights, but that fight last night,
yes.
I mean, dude, it seemed like they went at it for like 6 minutes. And
there were, JP, there were about 3 different times I kept thinking, okay, the linesmen are going to jump in, right?
Right.
And they just let him go.
Right. I mean, what does that do for a team just to see that kind of, fisticuffs this late in the year? And clearly those 2 dudes must have some history together. Just you've seen hundreds of hockey fights. That one was up there with one of the best.
Well, and I'll tell you what else added to it is the fact that Dylan McElrath, who I was so happy. Listen, it was unbelievable by the organization to get the Jacob Chikrin contract done, to get the Logan Thompson contract done, to get the Charlie Lindgren contract done. Great for all of those guys. But I can tell you there were so many guys who were happier that they got the extension, the 2-year extension to Dylan McElrath done because of what a great soldier he is. Now think about this. Guy hasn't played since December 23rd. ironically, in Boston against Boston. And that night, they only played, I think, like a minute 23 seconds. So think about all the practices, all the after practice skates, all the morning skates where everybody else is rushing to the locker room to get to the bus. And he and Alexiev and Ethan Frank, the extras, are out there doing hard work. And he never complains. Always a great guy, always an upbeat personality. So for that guy, then, in his first game since December 23rd to get in there and do that for his team, that had a little extra weight to it. Not just a fight, but it was who was doing it under the circumstances.
Absolutely. And then I couldn't help but notice that for me, like watching that fight, but more than that, hearing Locker call it. And he was just so great. He's like, oh, what a bout this is. And I can't do his accent, but
yeah.
How great is it for you? I mean, you've been doing this a long time. You've been working with Craig and Joe and Alan, everybody. You guys have such a great crew. You've been doing it forever. But how great is it to have Locker back?
It's terrific. I mean, listen, he's the first guy that gives you a shot, and he's the first guy that laughs the hardest when you give it back to him. You know that about him.
Yeah.
And so, we can. I text him when they gave us the heart pins that we would wear on our lapel with the number 18 on it.
Yeah.
And I texted him, took a picture of it, texted him immediately, and said, "Man, how cool is this that they're honoring Matt Bettinger tonight?" And of course, he was also wearing. And of course, I got the biggest laugh response from him. So it's just great to have that personality. And I mean, does it sound like he's missed a beat? From the drop of the puck the other night, boom, it's Locker again. No easing back into it. No, okay, well, you can understand why, I may be a little, slow off the trigger. No, it's 100% Craig Laughlin, what we've heard and loved for nearly 30 years now with Joe B. And it's just remarkable what he's gone through. And you bring that spirit back. Listen, Alan did a terrific job filling in for him, and everybody loved what Alan brought, and everybody loved having Alan around. But there's only one Locker, and I think you could really see it for those folks who were in Capital One Arena when they, did a tribute to him. And I looked down at the bench immediately. Everybody was on their feet, banging their sticks against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I saw constantly as he was there coming back into the game at Capital One the other day, all the guys stopping to say hello to him. The guys that didn't get a chance to see him, making an effort then while we were on the road here, waiting for the bus and everything to come up and say hi to him. It's just been great to have him back, but it's also great to see what he's meant to so many people.
Totally.
Dude, well said there. Alan really was great, but Joby and Locker are Joby and Locker. It's an institution.
Yeah.
All right. The Caps topic we have not discussed yet. Alex Ovechkin and the Gretzky chase.
Oh, what's going on there?
I think he's getting close to this kind of big run.
I think it happens.
What?
I wanted to start. Were you at the bar with them in Boston?
No, I didn't get that text, apparently. I guess Ryan Leonard did, but
right.
But doesn't that kind of give you a little indication of the big picture about this guy?
Absolutely.
I mean, we're focusing on the skill that he's had for his 20 years here. But that, to me, also tells you about the guy, not just the captain, but the person. A captain can say, "Hey, congratulations, kid. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow." What a better person does is reach out to the kid and make sure he's embraced immediately to the team.
They come hang out with a few of us.
Right. And who was having more fun at the bar than Alex?
Right. I think that's just so cool. All right. So Ovi gets one yesterday.
Yep.
He needs 4-8 left. I think he's getting there. What do you think happens? When and where?
I think a lot goes into what happens tonight. Listen, at home against Chicago, he's going to be absolutely revved up if he's within, say, 3. If he gets one tonight, if he's within 3, a Blackhawk team that is, struggling to say the least, he's going to want to try and get it done at home. Again, we're talking about almost an impossible task when you just use hockey logic, right?
Yeah.
Name me one person other than Alex Ovechkin that you would actually say, well, you know what? He could get 4 in the next 2 games. There's a couple of guys you could say could, but there's a lot of people that you'd never say should be able to do that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we're going here with, you got to throw out hockey logic and talk about Ovi because he defies logic. And so that's what's going to be interesting to me. I think a lot of this, JP, is going to hinge on, can he get one tonight? Because then he's going to rev up the Jets for Chicago. And by the way, we should tell everybody, the circus really begins tonight. You got Gary Bettman is supposed to come in tonight. So he said he's going to start following. He's going to follow.
He might get 4 in one night
tonight. And if he gets to within 3, that's when number 99 starts to trail. And then we've heard that Nick Baxter wants to be a part of it. TJ Oshie wants to. So what we've seen now, traveling with the team, there's been extra video photographers traveling, documenting his every move. There's been from Sportsnet in Canada at every game. Now we're really going to see the circus if he gets to within 3.
Al, I look at it, like JP asked me this earlier, would I want to see him do it at home? I'm like, yeah, but this is something that it happens wherever, it's still going to be big. And like you said, they got the videographers and stuff following them to make sure they can have it documented. Look, if it was me, I want to do it in front of somebody else's fans to piss them off.
Well, but that also is going to be interesting to see how the other fans react to. Remember, listen, I don't think it's going to get to the last day, but remember, you still got a game in Pittsburgh on the last day. You still got 2 games up on against the Islanders. You've got some buildings where the Capitals aren't very warmly received, shall we say. But I do think because the league, and properly so, and credit to the league, they've made sure this is just a Washington story. You go to NHL.com and boom, the Ovechkin chase is front page every day. NHL Network, NHL Network Radio, they're covering it. They're going to bring their own people now, which is why I've said it's going to even add more to the circus. But the credit goes to the NHL for recognizing this and for how they are appreciating this, and how I think a lot of this also has to do with the way Wayne is approaching this. He's been open arms this whole time. He can't wait, he says, for to be there when he breaks the record. This is not the Miami Dolphins acting like I don't want anybody to ever break. There's the bitterness there, right? This is everybody involved embracing Ovi.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Records are made to be broken.
Smoke, just for your personal calendar, when he gets within 3 is also when I am required to start traveling to all these games. So maybe next time Ovi and the boys are all going out, I'll just meet you there.
That's great, and you'll be picking up the tab at the steakhouse.
Yeah,
the way you
he will be.
Do. Is that right?
He said he wants to start doing that more now.
Depends if I have B. Mitch's card or not.
Oh,
why my card?
Yeah,
you work for NBC, don't you?
And American Express with B carries.
Yeah, that B's got rid of his platinum Amex. He's got a black one now. He just figured go all the way.
B's Onyx all the way, baby. I know that.
Hey, Smoke, obviously you're locked in with the Caps, but my guess is you've been paying attention to what happened in Maryland over the last week. Kevin Willard going to Nova. They're able to hire Buzz Williams. What do you make of just the last 10 days in College Park, real quick?
JP, that press conference where he basically told Damon Evans to take the SMU job, right?
It was crazy.
And that whole, I was like, what? This didn't sound like a man that was fighting for his program. It sounded like a man who was giving you the reason why he's about to walk. It was kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the whole thing.
I don't know. I don't know Kevin Willard at all, but I liked what he did, and I loved the fact that he was so proud of hey, Baltimore kids are staying in Maryland. I thought, great, this is what that program needs. But then that press conference told me he's not about Maryland. He's about Kevin Willard. And he didn't say, hey, okay, fine, everybody should be for themselves. But when you're in that position and representing a state, you can't be only about yourself at that time of the year. That really, to me, was embarrassing.
It was. I don't think anybody looked good coming out of it, but I think he looked the worst. And I think, I'm really happy Maryland was able to move forward so fast. Buzz Williams doing his introductory presser right now.
Yeah,
he's, from if you're looking at the resumes, these guys are pretty comparable. So, all right, Smoke, enjoy Raleigh. Stay out of the pollen.
Can I say one last thing?
Of course.
Also, from a selfish standpoint, I'm glad, I want Dwayne Simpson's not going to be long in my alma mater, American University. We know that.
Yep.
But I'd like one more year with Dwayne Simpkins. So from a selfish standpoint, I'm glad Dwayne didn't get the tap until a couple of years from now.
Yeah. Maybe you get another tournament run from Dwayne and the boys over there on Mass
It will happen soon.
Thank you, Smoke. Appreciate the time, man.
Hi, Smoke.
All right, guys. Good talking with you.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
That's our guy, Al Koken. You can give him a follow at Real Smokin' Al. Watch all of the coverage on Monumental Sports Network for the Caps. And as Alex Ovechkin is trying to track down Wayne Gretzky, I want to have an interesting NFL schedule discussion when we return.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part, Rude systems are whisper, quiet. No more noisy interruptions, no more banging in the middle of the night coming through the ducts. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings. I know you took advantage. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 Gs on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude is simply the best, B.
We're talking about Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in a DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. After a dispute that lasted more than a year, ownership of the NBA's Minnesota Timberwolves and the WNBA's Lynx have been settled. Glenn Taylor has finally agreed to transfer complete ownership of the teams to a group led by Mark Lore and former MLB star A-Rod. This ends a saga that began all the way back in 2021 when Lauren Rodriguez agreed to purchase the team for $1.5 billion. The structure of the deal was unusual at the time. Rather than paying for the team all at once, Lauren Rodriguez were allowed to buy chunks of the team in installments. Last March, however, Taylor said that Lauren Rodriguez missed a critical payment, which led to a back and forth in court and arbitration. Well, finally today, the team now belongs to Lore and Rodriguez. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Might even open the phone lines up on this. B.
Yo.
So this article from The Athletic, from the Kansas City Reporters, is really interesting.
Mhm.
It says KC has emerged as the favorites to play the Chargers in Brazil week 1, right?
Uh-huh.
The Kansas City owner, the dude Clark Hunt, has been very open. He says, we're willing to do it whenever the opportunity presents itself about playing international games.
Mhm.
He says we make the league aware every year that we would be delighted to play an international game, whether it's the home or the away team.
Man, teams always, those fans over there looking for people, and those teams don't mind getting new fans.
Well, dude, I mean, the biggest stars in the game are Mahomes and Kelsey, and then if Taylor Swift shows up, you know what I mean? Like, the spectacle that can present with the Chiefs is beyond anything. What's very interesting, though, Kansas City, is they're also saying they don't mind giving up a home game. A lot of owners, especially cheap, short-sighted owners, never want to give up a home game because they give up additional revenue. Parking, hot dog sales, whatever, right?
Mhm.
I think that's penny-wise, pound foolish, but whatever.
When you've been to 5 Super Bowls and you
Right.
won,
Right. I think that
you can let that go.
I think you're seeing the big picture versus a very narrow picture.
Yeah.
What is almost more interesting, so that's a one-time, maybe Kansas City's going to Brazil to, Harbaugh versus Mahomes in Sao Paulo. Cool.
Mhm.
What is more interesting to me is the Chiefs have requested to the NFL. I think last year is when we saw clear as day the NFL is going to play on Christmas Day no matter what. Because last year was a Wednesday, and a Wednesday is just like the least attainable day of the week for an NFL schedule maker.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And they made it work, and the TV ratings were through the roof. And this year, Christmas is on a Thursday again, and they're going to play a triple header on Christmas. Okay?
Mhm.
So they got 2 Netflix games, and then the third, the night game, is just a regular Amazon Prime Thursday Night Football. So you got 3 football games on Christmas, all on streamers. Listen to this, B. This is fascinating.
Mhm.
Kansas City has requested to the NFL to become locked into the Christmas Day game, the same way Detroit and Dallas are locked in on Thanksgiving.
Be great. The NFL's gonna kill it, man. That's all it is.
It's not even that.
They
It's
listen.
that KC wants to lock in. We're on Christmas every year.
Yeah, well, if you got one of the most popular teams in the league, and also it's going to put them in the prime time, which means what?
Whether it's, I mean, it's a standalone game. They're not
It's a standalone game, but
right.
they can benefit off of that. Playing on that time when everybody's going to be sitting at home, more eyes on your product. You know, other people want to sit here and like, oh, I don't want to do it on that. Man, listen, everybody's watching. It's easy.
Right.
But like you said, you got these teams out there, oh, we don't want to do this, we don't want to do that. Well, hell, we'll do it. And it's going to benefit them in the long run.
For sure. So if teams are now able to petition, hey, we want to lock this in. I saw Grant tweet this, and I actually think this is really cool and smart. The NFL is going to play a Black Friday game, that Friday after Thanksgiving. They're going to play a game every year.
Well, all the women out shopping anyway. The guys be at home watching football.
Well, Grant is suggesting that Washington ask to host Black Friday every year. Now, eventually, you probably can't grant.
All right, let me see. You want that to happen?
What's that?
You want that to happen?
I actually like that idea. I think if you're a Cowboy, if you live in Detroit or Dallas, or you're just a Lion fan or a Cowboy fan, like, all right, we're on Thanksgiving every year.
Yeah.
So I can plan my Thanksgiving around that. My family can plan around that. I know, if it's coming and it's part of your holiday experience. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of cool, right? I think if you knew the Commanders were going to play every Black Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving, you could plan around it. And I think people would love that.
Well, I think for me, Jay, when the schedule come out, I got enough time to plan, no matter if it's every year or not.
I agree, but I think it becomes more of like a
destination.
Yeah, or like part of your family's experience.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's just a one-off, right? And it's like, oh, well, Aunt Edna's coming at 3 and she's got to eat by 3:45. Doesn't matter if the Skins Cowboys is on at 4:30. Mm-hmm. Whereas, like, if you could lock in, and I don't think they're going to let anybody else lock in on Dallas, but Kansas City's asking to lock in on Christmas. As a player, as an analyst now, whatever, if you could lock into one of them, what would you want?
I'll take the Black Friday. Because, but like me, I don't care, to be honest with you. When the game came up, whenever it was,
you're saying as a player.
As a player, even like now what I do. When the game is going to be, whenever the game is playing, is when I'm ready to go. So I don't, it doesn't make me a difference when it is. Because if I got to leave early, I got to leave early. If I can't be there for a day, I just can't be there for the day. That's the way I think. So.
I hear you. I think it'd be cool to lock something in for Washington. I don't know that the league is going to do it.
But Kansas City asking to lock it in on Christmas you look at this fact. Kansas City over the last 8-9 years has been the most popular team in the league.
Yeah.
They've had the most success. And if I'm the league, I'm going, hell yeah, we'll lock them in. Dallas has not been great all these years, but the mere fact that they do it all the time, people look forward to them on Thanksgiving. If you're looking forward to Kansas City, and they come in with a lot of pride, a lot of prestige, and they brought a lot of popularity to the league. Sure. The Taylor Swift thing has helped out the league too.
Oh yeah.
If I'm the league, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna lock them in.
For sure. It's going to be really interesting to see if they actually get that request granted. I think the league, because it's easy this year with Christmas on a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I assume it'd be like, it doesn't go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So they've got like a good run of Christmas dates coming. But like eventually it's going to be back to Tuesday, Wednesday. And I can't imagine with the CBA requires at least 4 days off between games.
Mm-hmm.
So like the hoops they had to jump through to get a Wednesday Christmas Day game, and they got the doubleheader. Pretty significant for the schedule makers.
Get a bye after that week.
Yeah, but they had to make sure all those teams played Saturday, so they then got 4 days off going into Wednesday, And yeah, I'm not even talking about what it does to the players.
Mhm.
I'm saying for the schedule makers, it's incredibly complex,
Mhm.
especially with an odd number of games, all this stuff, right?
You know what they have? They have analysts, guys that can do that.
Sure, it's still hard to do. Like
Mhm.
it's a serious jigsaw puzzle, but I don't know that you can lock in a team with the amount of other moving parts that have to occur. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I bet you they could. They can find a way.
Where there's a
So
will.
if the game comes on a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, you can manipulate the next week.
Sure. It's just, I mean, really, Tuesday's difficult. Wednesday's damn hard. Those are the only times. And I just Googled this. What day? I don't think you have that again for like, I mean, if it's Thursday, here, I looked it up here. The next time you got to deal with Tuesday, Wednesday is 29 and 30. Deal with that then.
They'll figure it
That's
out.
a problem for future me.
And the closer you get to it, then it begins to show you what's what. Because you start looking at the divisions and you know which divisions are going are projected to be good or bad, so you can start anticipating a little bit.
Our guy Drew is on the line. Drew, what do you think about locking in a game for Washington?
Let's do it. That's the best idea I've heard in a while. It means we can be home Thanksgiving. We don't have to worry about away games, and then we can have Thanksgiving, and then the next day is a game. I think that would be fantastic. Sign me up every year.
All right.
Yeah, and then we're going to see Ovi tonight, so hopefully we hit another goal.
Awesome. Go to Angus Barn, dude. That place is awesome. See you, Drew. Safe travels,
Bye,
buddy.
bro.
Drew's all in on the Black Friday game. I don't think they're going to give out more. Like, all right, you get this game every year. I could see them kind of what you and I think might happen with the tush push, that they don't make a ruling and then they just officiate it way different.
Mhm.
I bet we could just see Kansas City end up there all the time without it like officially being Kansas City's. Coming up at 1:00 over at College Park, they're introducing Buzz Williams as the new head coach. Jeff Erman is there. Jeff Erman will join us. We'll keep these phone lines open for a minute, and then Erman at 1. Got to ask Landfill if he wants a locked-in holiday game, disrupting his holiday schedule. Nobody go anywhere. votes. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Did you see, B, that the league is now going to let teams wear alternates or throwbacks up to 4 times a season?
Yeah, I saw that.
What I can't get an answer on, and I asked, so Washington obviously has their alternate in the blacks. Like they have the white and the burgundy and the black. The black is the alternate. I just don't know if that means they could also introduce a throwback. You know what I mean? And I wonder, I think we've heard that they're going to go back to like kind of more the original color scheme. I'm fascinated by that stuff, but I don't have answers.
But is it alternates and throwbacks or alternates or throwbacks?
I think it's and or. Because some teams wear their throwbacks. Like
some of them should.
Atlanta does. Tampa does.
Green Bay and Philly should never wear their throwback.
Yo, those are bad.
And the Steelers.
Whatever the Giants rolled out.
What's the Steelers crap?
Yeah, the Steelers is bad.
Look like they're going to jail.
Our guy Toothpick is on the line. Pick, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's good, JT? What's up, V-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, listen, I think that they should do this. There's an added benefit to this if we get that Black Friday game is, we play that Sunday prior, but you also get the following Sunday off, so you get a mini bye. So if they can get in there and snatch that one, for sure, because that helps late in the season.
Sure. I mean, that doesn't hurt.
Look at that. Too big looking for the advantages of the thing.
Yeah, I mean, the way they get buys, though, their buy would be a couple weeks later, still in December.
Right.
Thanks, Pick.
Last game.
All right.
Well, it's also now the entire league plays Thursday, so everybody has at least that one opportunity to have the short week and then the long week. Now, some teams have more of them, but
yep,
I definitely think whatever, and we've heard different numbers on this. Is there a max amount of primetime games?
I never thought it was.
Whatever it is, Washington's going to have them. Last year,
I mean, they had last year.
Listen to this. This is why I think a lot of those games sucked last year. Do you know which 3 teams had the most primetime games last season?
KC.
Everybody could guess if they want. Kansas City Chiefs.
Chicago.
No, they were close. The Chiefs had 5 primetime games.
Anybody have more than them?
Yes.
Damn.
3 teams.
Dallas?
Yes.
Why? Don't know.
People watch.
Now,
one of them I can understand.
Buffalo?
Why? Nope. Bills also had 5.
Ravens?
Nope, they had 5.
But which one you can understand?
I can understand why the 49ers were scheduled with 6 primetime games last year.
I can understand that.
Because they were coming off a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Everybody thought they were going to be loaded. This other team that was scheduled for 6 primetime games last year, I can't understand. The New York Jets.
Well, they were banking on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but he's coming off injury.
They still banking off of him.
And it's New York.
I was just listening to Chris out there saying the NFL got the United States hoodwinked. Aaron Rodgers got the league hoodwinked.
What does that mean? Who's he saying that the NFL has the United
Well,
States?
Chris got to always be different.
He's
talking about, man, they're trying to play a game this time and that time. Now they're trying. He doesn't like games to be anything. He wants all this time. He decided to be a guy who covers the NFL, but he wants to complain about when their games are.
I remember many, many years ago being in a meeting at CSN Washington, or CSN Mid-Atlantic, perhaps. And we were in a meeting. This is when I was running the digital desk at night. And somebody said, I'd love to work fewer nights. And you remember Gen X, Jen Williams?
Mm-hmm.
She said to this, we were all young then, but this one person was like fresh out of college. She's like, you signed up to work in sports. The games are weekends and nights. Dude, primetime games are rough for like the sleep schedule. But I know they're coming, and I bet Washington gets 5 of them.
People need to start thinking about that before you decide to get a career. Decide when they go. If you don't like being up at night or traveling and going places, don't do that.
Right. Landfill, do you like primetime games when Washington plays in them?
It depends on which ones they are.
Like,
I don't like Thursday night games. Those suck.
just because the games tend to suck.
The games are terrible. Yeah, I Thursday night games are just bad. I think Monday night's pretty cool.
Well, Sunday's become like the biggest game of the week now.
I don't like Sunday night. I'm kind of exhausted from
Full day of
watching
football.
so much football. And, when there's like that hour gap before Sunday night football starts, I move on to other things. I don't like Sunday night football.
What else do you have to do that you move on to?
Sleep. Nap.
All he does is
not
sleep.
napping time. Just stay up till 10 and
Bro,
fall
no,
asleep for the night.
he naps all day.
I can't stay up because there's a game on I got to watch, even though it's terrible and I hate it.
Do you watch the Euro game, the early morning joint?
Oh, those suck too.
I watch some of those.
Those are so bad.
I'm not gonna lie, I've liked them though because it gets me energized.
Well, you're watching football at 10 a.m.
It's cool with me.
I do like the early game on Thanksgiving though. That's good.
So 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Or that it starts
It starts like noon.
Yeah.
It's getting away at into my cooking right now.
You know that I have never, I think I'm 43 years old. I legitimately don't know that I've ever cooked anything that is part of a Thanksgiving meal.
And it's probably right. I mean, they don't want beans that come straight out the can. And
I cook steak well.
You cook steak well, but you know what though? Nobody really wants that for
It'd
Thanksgiving.
be a much better meal if we all had steak
No,
instead
it
of
wouldn't
turkey.
be. No, it wouldn't be.
It would.
No, it wouldn't be. That's why people have been doing it for thousands and thousands of years now.
So you are Brian, MF, and Mitchell. You are not a particularly like having to work a holiday doesn't impact you. You know what I mean? I don't know the right term for that, whether that's nostalgic or whatever. I don't know. These grandbabies, you sure seem to like these grandbabies a lot.
And I'm still gonna work the holiday. Because let's be real.
What can Softon be? Mitch?
I chose
Apparently
a
nothing.
profession that I have to work on holidays sometimes. And guess what the grandbabies will love if grandpa's out on a holiday and they're working? When he come home with some money and be able to give them a little money and some gifts. That's all that matters.
When we come back, Jeff Erman is in College Park to meet Buzz Williams. Terp's got a new coach. Let's get some info when we return.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Last night, Ovi scored goal number 891. Are we going to hear another call like this one tonight?
Steps into the slot, looks for the tip. Ovechkin scores! Alex Ovechkin scores on the tip along the left post!
Ovi gets another opportunity tonight because the Caps are taking on the Carolina Hurricanes with puck drops scheduled for 7 p.m. Ovi currently has 12 goals in his last 18 games and 8 more opportunities remaining this season to catch Gretzky. Ovi is currently averaging a little less than 2 goals every 3 games. So at this pace, he's going to pass Gretzky right around the second to last game of the season, then when they take on the New York Islanders on April 15th. But before that, we have a little bit of a DC doubleheader. The Nationals take on the Blue Jays right here on 106.7 The Fan. First pitch, 3:07 p.m. Mackenzie Gore gets the start, and the Nationals are going to try to stop the Blue Jays' home win streak that's currently at 3 games. That's where they're going to try to keep it. Baseball is so back, and the tailgate must-have is Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories. The best part? 0 bubbles. They are absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, I want to have a little bit of a conversation about my man Buzz Williams. I'll start with something perhaps incredibly stupid, but possibly relevant. Brian?
What's that?
The last coach they hired named Williams worked out pretty damn well.
Yeah, his name is Gary.
Yeah. So we got that going for us.
The master.
Just an absolute OG. Troy Macker is a friend of mine. He does a ton of college basketball content for Bet Rivers. Now, Troy is a hardcore Georgetown fan. I know this. He does not really like the University of Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to compliment the hire stands out to me. And he did. Where did that just go? Troy said of Buzz, as a dude, Terps fans will love Buzz Williams. As a coach, Terps fans will appreciate him, but grow tired of his style. But make no mistake, Buzz Williams is an awesome dude who will earn your respect as a head coach.
If he's winning, I don't think he'll go tired of his style.
I agree.
If you're not winning, then maybe people will get tired of your style.
Now, maybe people will get tired over time. Like, if we get to a point where this dude's been here 6 years and they made the tournament, 4 of them, and they haven't gotten past the Sweet, like, there was a time where people got upset that Gary couldn't get past the Sweet 16.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very good problem to have. If we get there with Buzz, terrific. That seems so far away.
I was watching the Michigan State game the other day. Izzo has been there how many years?
Dude,
like
30?
I think 30-something years. Sometimes people have to understand you stumble every once in a while. But if you have stick-to-itness, you can get back. He has been, I would say, consistent. He's been more good than he's been bad. You could have got rid of him a while ago, and you could have had somebody, you probably wouldn't be nowhere where you are now. So start understand that sometimes. You know, maybe you get a coach in here and the coach starts playing well, and then all of a sudden you go back to thinking about the time when Gary took you there. Just realize things have changed a little bit. You know, the landscape is different. Allow people to work at it a little bit more. I hear a lot of complaining from the fans over there in Maryland, about a lot of different things.
I agree, and
they complain more than the schools that consistently win it out.
It's crazy. B, I'm not sure. You know me pretty well. Both on the Thursday before the Sweet 16 game, went nuts, and the Friday when you were off, It was me and Toby. I went nuts. Okay. I said a lot. I made clear how I felt. I opened the door to some stuff that perhaps people didn't know, whatever, right? I felt so emotionally drained after that I've decided with Buzz, because I'm on all these text threads with all these kids I went to college with, and I know a million boosters over there and blah, blah, blah. And, this guy wanted him, this guy wanted him, this guy, whatever. I'm done. Buzz is the guy. I'm excited. I'm all positivity.
Do a little bit of Nate every once in a while. Nate just the guys on our team, I'm going to cheer for him.
Yeah, dude.
He's gone. I'm done with him. Be like that.
So there was so much angst about, oh my God, Willard's going to leave. They won't be able to field a team next year. What will we do? They've already, so Willard.
You can always field a team, people.
Doug, Willard officially left, I think, Sunday, right? I think that went down officially on Sunday. If it wasn't, it was Saturday, but it was last week.
Buzz was hired yesterday.
Buzz is hired yesterday, does his presser today. That's 3 days of a gap. And I just started following this account. Terps Recruiting. Shout out to Terps Recruiting. So On 3 Sports has emerged as like a pretty big college sports platform, like web service, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Series of websites. Joe Tipton, who I'm not familiar with, earlier today, about 16 minutes ago, said, news, Texas A&M big man Pharrell Payne has entered transfer portal with a do not contact tag, his agency tells On 3 Sports. Of which Terps Recruiting quote tweeted, it said, keep your eyes peeled here, folks. Payne is the first Texas A&M player to enter the transfer portal, and the do not contact tag sure is interesting. Also has experience playing in the Big Ten. White Brian, what is the do not contact tag? It means I'm transferring, but I'm locked in already?
Yeah, essentially it's they either have their mind up or they're between like 3 or 4 schools and they're just saying I don't want any other schools to contact me, so I'm going to do the reaching out.
Okay.
How about you just don't go into the portal? Don't make it public until you figure that out. Because if you don't say I'm going into the portal, nobody's gonna contact you.
That's true. But
just start talking to the teams and then say, okay, I've already made my mind up, and then you don't have to go through all that crap.
But maybe you want your team to know you're leaving. I don't know.
Tell them.
Well, the only reason I bring this gentleman up is he's a 6'9" junior. I imagine he's about 20 years old or something. Played for Buzz at A&M. Is now going to be, he's clearly available now. I don't know that Maryland's going to get him, but like, there's going to be a million moving parts, folks. My anger with Willard was how he handled things. But what I said repeatedly is the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Like, it's still Maryland basketball. And with the transfer portal, as long as they quickly moved to get a new coach, and everybody expected this crazy drop-off, and I just didn't expect that.
No.
And maybe, you know what I think the drop-off's going to be, Brian? Derek Queen's going to the NBA. He's the best player that program's had in some time.
Wow.
But that was happening if Willard stuck around or not.
But like what you got to realize, I think the people with the mindset about how great of a basketball school Maryland is, you have to go out there and get players. Just like all the other schools are doing.
You got to pay.
The other schools are getting, the people are leaving, and then they go out there and get more players. You're going to have to do that. You cannot be in NASCAR trying to race a go-kart.
Right.
Okay? If you go compete, and you're not just competing with the Big Ten, you're competing across the whole nation. If they're going to get top-notch players, you better be getting them. And you better not do what we were doing prior to Adam coming here. Bargain shopping is not going to get you there.
Right. I mean,
go get one. If you go get one nice dude, you may get other guys that want to come play with that guy.
So here is Buzz Williams, for those uninformed, most recently coached at Texas A&M. Prior to that, it was Virginia Tech. Then it was Marquette. He made the tournament at all of his stops. Buzz Williams in College Park talking about his philosophy as a coach.
Team could be men's basketball within the athletic department. teams can be men's basketball within this institution, this team relative to this state. There's a lot of lenses, in my opinion, in how you can view a team. And as best I can understand, as of this moment in time, whatever it's been, 4.5 hours since I've been on this campus, I understand the magnitude and the responsibility that comes with it. And I can assure you that from the intent of my heart and the best way that I can will represent all of those teams in a way that will be honoring and respectful and show great reverence to the former players, the former coaches, the things that have been created, nor do I think that it's because that's how I got the job.
All right. Listen, man, I think he's going to say all the right things. Kevin Willard said all the right things. Like, it's hard to have a bad press conference when you're getting introduced. I think a lot of it with Buzz. Like, so let's run through the question marks, because I think that's fair. Like, when Washington traded for Debo, we understood there were question marks. When Washington traded for Tunsil, the easy question to ask is, all right, why, if he's so good, why is Houston trading him, right? We've gone through all that. I asked D'Amico Ryans that 2 days ago. So Buzz Williams, let's go through the question marks, and we can just decide how much we care about them. Buzz Williams doesn't stay in one place too long. He was only in Marquette for, 7 years, Virginia Tech for 5, and Texas A&M for 6.
We addressed that earlier. Well, how long did your previous coaches stay here?
You're right.
And no, I'm asking a question to the fans since they want to question that. How soon were you ready for both of those coaches to go? Because I know the dude before Willard, you want him gone damn near immediately.
Turgeon.
So where's you want the coach to be here forever, but this fan base seem to be one of the most impatient of them all. So how the hell you expect how you go point fingers at that dude when you want the people going soon before they sign a damn contract for the ink dry?
Bro, I mean, specific to Willard, if Derek Queen doesn't bank in that buzzer beater, I think there's a lot of conversation if people wanted him back, let alone going to Villanova.
Yeah, I mean,
they missed the tournament. They went
Jay,
under 500 the year before.
We're asking the question now is he doesn't stay places long. 6 years in college basketball, 7 years is a long damn time.
It's like dog years.
And especially now that the players have the right to be able to freely move. I asked the question. I get letters often from my university, okay? My daughter just says she keep getting them from Maryland.
I do too.
How many people send the thing back with a declaration that you're going to be donating some money to the school? So, I mean, the thing about it, you ask these questions. As what was the sap the preacher dude the other day in the church talking about it pays to sit up here. But let's be real. It pays to play. I mean, you got to pay to play in college sports. And if you want to compete with these other schools and want a guy to stay at your school more than 5, 6, 7 years, you're going to have to pay him. And you know what you have to do? You have to get him some players to be able to pay them. You got to pay them too. Because the other schools are doing it. And you can't compete against those other schools by trying to act like, oh, we're better than OC. We don't do this stuff. Those days are over with. If you're going to compete at a high level, you're going to hand it out. Duke used to claim they didn't give money, probably giving it before then, too. But they get getting it. Did you see how many people going to their school? Come on, bro.
Yeah, man. As far as Buzz, might not last here beyond 6, 7 years. That's a good problem to have, because it means he's coached well enough to stick around, probably get a second contract, and it means they're making the tournament and probably winning games in the tournament.
Yeah.
Another question I've heard with Buzz is, and this one I think's a little more interesting. He's from Texas. He grew up in Texas. He started his coaching career at various Texas colleges. Why would he want to leave Texas? I don't know. I've heard College Station's kind of a dump.
You know why?
I've also heard
because Maryland gave him the most money.
Probably.
Let's just spade. I grew up in Louisiana. Probably would have loved to play for the Saints. But guess what? Washington drafted me, and I would loved it. And guess what I still don't want to move back to Louisiana because I got here. Then I went to Philly. Why? Because Washington cut me. Had to go somewhere else.
Right.
Let's stop. People, like John used to always say, when you are a multi-millionaire, a billionaire, people are like, well, where did the guy go live? When you're making $50, $60 million and stuff like that, you live where the hell you want to live because there are private jets to go everywhere.
Right. Now, he's not making that kind of money.
No.
But
I'm not saying that kind of money. I'm saying once you start making the $2, the $3, the $4, the $5 million a year, you can make wherever you are home.
Sure.
If he got a big old tree at home in Texas, he could get one built right up here.
Right.
You know, if he needs a horse or a cow,
right,
he could go get one.
Right.
If you want one, you know, it's just the limited mindset that you can only live where you grew up. That stuff is done.
Agreed.
You know, the way people are, you can build what the hell you want.
Well, I agree with all that. I also think if you're at Texas A&M, now I think a lot of things can be a matter of perspective, right? So when Willard left Seton Hall to come to Maryland, perhaps he was surprised by the scope of the football program at the University of Maryland, right? Because he came from a place that didn't have football. When Buzz arrives from Texas A&M,
he's not worried.
Like the scope of football at A&M is 10x what it is at Maryland. 20?
Yeah.
Like this is going to be he'll be happy to hang out with Locks because hey man, we could both help each other here.
Mm-hmm.
This is so.
See, the thing about Willard,
different.
I don't know if people dug into it. He probably was the top. He was always the top dog, and he rolled into a university with football. And normally football is going to top basketball, hands down.
Yeah.
And he got here and he realized, damn, I'm not top dog anymore. You know, and then he didn't know how to handle that. So where did he just go? Villanova,
where he goes back to that.
They have a football team. It ain't nothing great, but they got a football team.
Right.
Probably why he chose that school.
Right. And then there's this, Buzz can't recruit to the DMV. Dude, you know what does the recruiting now? Cash.
Let's say this. You don't recruit too much anymore. You know how you recruit today? You go to the damn portal. The recruiting now is not 17, 18-year-olds. All right, the 17, 18-year-olds are probably looking at the bigger schools that are offering them the most money. Let's be real about it. When you now recruit the guys that are 18, 19, possibly 20, that were at probably a mid-major or another school that's not getting playing time and wants to move on. But you got to also be willing to understand this. If they're not getting playing time here, they're going to be really move on from you next year too. So that it's basically like people that want to get in the dating scene. You know, like you always say it too. So if this girl kept doing something like leaving this guy, leaving that guy, and you go get her, you think you're going to change her?
Right.
So if the AAU mindset is the problem with all the sports today. When I don't think I'm getting what I want, then I leave. Or what I think I want. Or what I think I'm supposed to get. I just leave. Nobody battles through anything anymore. So if they run to you, they might be going in a year or two. And I think you need to understand that when you start looking at the coach's success as well. If you don't have the players, you're going to have problems.
And I run to you. Speaking of coaches and players, I thought this is important. This is at Marquette, correct? This is one of Buzz Williams' players talking about him. This young man's name, hopefully we're getting this right, Manny Obaseki.
That man right there next to Wade, one of the greatest people you will ever meet. He's one of the greatest coaches of all time in basketball in general. And he's changed my life. He's changed each and every one of our lives. And I'm so thankful for him. Coach Buzz, you mean everything to me. I love you. No matter what, I know you're going to be one call away, one text away. And no matter what anybody says, he's one of the greatest. And y'all can't change that. And nobody will change that or take that from him. Thank you.
There you go.
So that was from A&M. Sorry, that was a couple weeks ago,
Mhm.
right? When now they lost in the first round of the tournament, but
See, the thing about it, the connect between players and coaches, I don't think anybody understand that. You know what I'm saying? And you listening to that, we can get a feel of it, but we probably don't know the level or the impact that dude had on him. I've had coaches that I left and played against, but you know what? Probably still respected that coach more than I did the coaches I was now playing for. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
And I'm not just talking about pros, college as well. You meet people along the way, man, that make a distinct impact, and people can say what they want about them. They don't know what they did for you. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at the fans or the people, they're looking at one thing: how much did you win?
Well, and dude, it sure seems like Maryland's going to lose Jacoby Gillespie, point guard that was really good for them.
Mhm. He's in the portal.
Yeah, Maryland found him from Belmont, where he was playing down in Nashville. He is from Tennessee, I believe.
He's a hired gun now,
and Tennessee is making a play for him. Like he's from Greenville, Tennessee,
Mhm.
and he's now being recruited by. So he's actually doing a visit with Tennessee, also receiving interest from Kentucky, North Carolina, Maryland, and Villanova. Sure seems like he's going to the Vols. This would have happened regardless of who the coach was here.
What was the guard for South Carolina, the women's, last year?
I don't.
And
I remember
that lady. She played for another team this year, and she might play for another one next year. The money has changed the mindset, and I think you got to think that right there. Coaches used to have great influence on getting people to come to the school. Think about this. I really like this coach. He offered me $500,000. The other coach, I really don't like him as much. He offered me $1.5 million.
Right.
Where the hell you think I'm going? So when you look at you say, well, he's not getting anybody. Better look at what they call it, the collective. The collective better be right, or the coach is going to be not. The coach is not going to have much success.
So Simpkins ended up getting a big time extension through 2030. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Good for David Aldridge and Al Koken.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of moving parts over the next week for Maryland. Guys that were there that aren't. Maybe we get White Brian to chime in. Maybe we take some calls. Are you fired up about Buzz Williams in College Park? 800-636-1067. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. And you know I've been talking about riding motorcycles and things of that nature. Went out, took my class. Also went over to Harley-Davidson of D.C. and it got outfitted. But you know what? Law Tigers is the real reason. I feel better riding knowing that Law Tiger has my back. Remember, they're riders too. So check it out. They partnered with Harley-Davidson of D.C. to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps fans Harley. Then they're going to be doing this at the Caps game on the 13th of April. They'll be giving away a custom 50th anniversary Cap fan Harley. That means it's red, white, and blue. So go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
10-time NBA All-Star Carmelo Anthony has been notified that he's been elected into the Hall of Fame class of 2025. Anthony was one of 17 finalists announced by the Hall of Fame back in February. Now, the full class of 2025 will be announced on Saturday at the Final Four game in San Antonio, but his induction was leaked ahead of time. While Anthony will be the headliner of the class, there are plenty of other notable names that are up for enshrinement. Among NBA players, the other star likeliest to be chosen is Dwight Howard. Billy Donovan and Mark Few are candidates on the coaching side, while Sue Bird and Maya Moore headline a very strong group of women's players that could potentially be chosen. A huge congratulations to Carmelo Anthony, who is the newest member of the NBA Hall of Fame. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, our guy Jeff Erman is in College Park. Was at Buzz Williams' introductory presser. Jeff, what's up, dude? How's it going over there?
Oh, it's going good, man. It was an interesting press conference. You know, some of this stuff was kind of hard to digest, but it's a new era for Maryland basketball, and we'll just have to see how it goes, I guess.
What was hard to digest, Jeff?
There was some portions where he was talking about teams and other kind of generalized, vague concepts that you felt a little bit like you were at like a workshop, like a leadership seminar or something. But you know, it really comes down to winning. If he's a quirky guy, if you win, he's the lovable, quirky guy. If he doesn't win, you know, everybody hates him. So that's all it's going to come down to.
Jeff, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm not trying to like pander here. If you just look at their resumes, Willard's 49, Buzz is 52. I think they're contemporaries, right?
Right.
They've coached about the same amount of years, and Buzz has undoubtedly had more tournament success. Is it possible this is like a 6 or half dozen? Like, I don't know that either one of these guys is demonstrably better than the other. And if you had to pick one based on the tournament success, wouldn't it be Buzz?
For sure. There's no question about it. I mean, he's been to three Sweet 16s, one Elite Eight. You know, Kevin Willard, this was his first Sweet 16, and it took a miraculous shot by a star freshman who carried, you know, the team at times. So, yeah, I mean, some people aren't excited, understandably, because he's not a young up-and-comer. You don't know if he's the guy that's going to get Maryland back to that national championship level. But looking at the resumes, objectively, it's a clear upgrade.
Okay. Well, that's step one. Why did Villanova want Willard so bad?
Yeah, that's been a question of mine, too. It's strange how they courted him as if, you know, he was one of the top coaches in the country. Not to say he's a bad coach, but I think it came down to relationships. I think he's very tight with Jay Wright. He's been around those Big East circles quite a bit, and those two were comfortable with each other. So that was the guy. And you know, honestly, last time they hired Kyle Neptune, who completely bombed. So it's not as if, you know, they've proven that they know who they should go and hire.
Yeah.
Like you said, Buzz is not the young up-and-comer, and people don't know if he's going to bring Maryland back. What makes people think that a young up-and-comer is going to bring him back?
Well, there's clearly no guarantee on that, B. Mitch, but the upside is there. You know, a few years ago when they hired Willard, a lot of the fans who are really into the analytics and those kind of things, they wanted two guys, Golden, who went to Florida and obviously now in the Final Four, and Nico Medved, who's a rising star who just went to Minnesota. So there are plenty of examples of young guys you hire and they flame out quickly, but you know, it's an upside thing. Does he have that upside? You know, I think he's a solid coach who'll do well, but people, you know, with everything that's gone on and with 20 years of, you know, semi-mediocrity, 2 Sweet 16s, I think some people just wanted to see if they could find a rising star type of guy.
I get that, and I get that Buzz has bounced. I assume you or somebody asked him today, why can't you keep a job for more than 5-6 years?
I did not.
Did anybody?
No, there was. I think they gave 3 questions, and that was it.
Oh,
so
right.
he
So
didn't
that's
address
planted.
that. And at these introductory press conferences, it's a lot of fans, a lot of administrators. So it's not really like your typical media session.
Yeah.
It's kind of a celebratory function almost.
What's ironic is the only one of these I've been to was Willard's. And he was. I remember back then I wanted Patino, and everybody's like, "No, we need somebody who's gonna be here 20 years," and they got Willard. And how'd that go? I'll say I'm curious if you agree with me, Jeff. Talking with our friend Jeff Erman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Jeff is undoubtedly the best person covering the Maryland sports, period, inside MD Sports. I am impressed by President Pines for fast and decisive leadership on this thing. Does he deserve the credit, or are there others that deserve the credit? Like, the Willard played them, and he was able to respond in 3 days,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he was at the top of the search from everything I've gathered, along with the interim AD Colleen Sorum. And then they had a group of high-level boosters, believe it or not, that just, they just rallied to help and were talking to agents and coaches, which is really unusual, but that's pretty good, thumbnail sketch of where Maryland is right now. So, yeah, he did do a good job. Obviously the results will tell the story, but, I think they clearly were played by Willard, like you said. I think it was kind of obvious at the time. So that's something that I think they might deserve some criticism for. But they did go ahead and get a coach that's very well respected. A lot of schools in that spot would be flailing and getting, a lesser named coach.
All right, now it begins right away. The transfer portal's open. It's not like Buzz hasn't recruited the portal. It's not like he doesn't have kids at Texas A&M. Like, is it required for Maryland to fall off here, or can they? You're going to lose some guys. Derek Queen was going pro if Kevin Willard stuck around or not. You know what I mean? Like, how is this thing going to look going forward?
Well, he said today that he hasn't called any recruits yet. He said he has 1,100 messages on his phone that he hasn't read. But I'm sure that's the first order of duty, along with hiring a staff. Obviously, we're going to have to pay attention, see who comes in there. That's going to be a big part of it, because you need some recruiters. But from what everybody's told me at Maryland, like in the booster circles and the inside of the program, they have a lot of money, is what they say. And you try to get how much, and they just kind of give you that look like it's a lot. Whether that means $5 million, $8 million, I don't know. This is the last little stretch here in the next couple months where you can pay for play. Basically, you can just pay players for NIL. After that, when it switches to the revenue sharing model, you're not going to be able to do that. So what everybody's doing is just basically emptying their bank accounts right now in the portal. So players are going for astronomical amounts, because this is the last chance to really just give them money other than the revenue share. So they say they have a lot. They should be able to get some guys in the portal, but when you have to rebuild an entire roster, that's a pretty big challenge.
Oh, man.
But I mean, that's the whole thing. It costs to play now.
Seriously.
Yeah, there's guys going for, guys who are good players, really solid, not all American types, but just really good players going for $2.5 or $3 million right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what? I think I'm going back to college.
You imagine being the transfer portal with NIL when you just put up the numbers at UL, and then LSU or Ole Miss needed a quarterback?
They had a lot of oil in Lafayette, bro.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
A lot of oil in Lafayette.
So, Erman, all things considered, the last 10 days or so, how has Maryland fared?
I mean, I think if you're counting the beginning, when clearly Willard was going to leave no matter what, and they were still trying to get him back and thought they'd get him back, that was a failure. But otherwise, I think they've done pretty well. Buzz Williams is a respected coach. If you go outside Maryland circles, where everybody's kind of just on edge and a lot of people just wanted to use this opportunity to make a splash, I think most people respected the national reaction to me has been pretty positive. So I think they did a pretty good job. An unprecedented situation, obviously, with no AD in place is a huge handicap.
For sure. And then lastly, we got you. What do you think for the Final Four this weekend?
I picked Houston originally. I hope they do because, I don't want to see Duke win like most people around this area. So
Right.
I'm hoping, but it feels like an inevitability that Duke's going to win it. But we'll see. Crazier things have happened.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
For sure. And
I got some friends I don't want to hear from.
What'd you think of me tweeting out Buzz gifts all day
You scooped
yesterday?
me, man. You scooped me. I resent you now. No, you were spot on. It was crazy because you said it and like a bunch of other people said it at the same time. It was just the fastest, most consolidated leak of information I think ever. It just blew up immediately. And I was like, wow, because, I knew he was on the list, but I know some of the boosters and the other people who were assisting in the search had kind of advised maybe to go away from him. So I had kind of written him off. And then it just came out. So I'm going to have to get some Commander scoops next year to pay you back.
I appreciate that. I actually have one more real question, but I want to give away tickets real quick. Caller number 10, right now, 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to see the Wiz Wednesday, April 9th against the Brooklyn Nets. You can join Wizards Fan Appreciation Night presented by Michelob Ultra when they I got multiple tickets here. You could go to Wiz Fan Appreciation Night when they face the Sixers at 7 p.m. All fans in attendance take home a Wizards DMV t-shirt, and the Yin Yang Twins will be featured as a special halftime performance.
Oh, wow. That's a throwback right there.
If you want to go see the Yin Yang Twins, Erman, I'll get you tickets. All right.
I've been dying to see the Yin Yang Twins.
All right. Last thing. I would like them to hire Jimmy Patsos. I saw Len Elmore's proclamation that you got to have somebody that understands Maryland and Maryland blood. I think Jimmy would be the best guy to do that. I don't know that Buzz is going to do that. I saw Steve Blake publicly politicking to get into coaching at Maryland. I think that's something Gravis would love to do. What are the chances they make one of those kind of hires?
Well, I know for a fact that Gravis has been expressing interest in an assistant coaching job. It's just tough when you get one of these jobs. Most guys want to bring at least one of their assistants, and you have to get some guys with local ties to local AAU programs and other grassroots people. So there's not many spots to go around, but I think Gravis would probably be a great hire. It would bring back people love that stuff. They love the sentimentality, and it would excite some people, give more of a Maryland vibe, which is the most common complaint, that it doesn't feel like the people running it or coaching it are Maryland people. So I think he could be great. Steve Blake wanted the head coaching job. That obviously wasn't happening. You can't, coach 2 years as an NBA assistant in 20 years and just jump right, especially right now, as complicated as it is with revenue sharing and all the other things. And Jimmy Patsos would be great, I think, in a GM role. They don't have a GM for basketball. They have a general one, G. Roy Simon. He's a football guy overseeing the whole program. But I think they clearly need a GM. Everyone's hiring a GM, and no one is better suited for the job than Jimmy.
About Jimmy the GM, B. That sounds wild.
That would be
right?
wild.
I love
But you know what I said is a coach coming from the outside in, just trying to, everybody wanting to hire everybody from the team. That's kind of like that. You got to be watching over your shoulders a little bit.
Doug,
that's a little trouble to me.
I think I'm going to equate something here. Dan Quinn was asked about Bobby Wagner's leadership, I guess yesterday in Florida. And DQ was like, listen, Bobby's a hell of a leader, and I appreciate that for him, but let's not confuse anything. We wanted Bobby back first and foremost because he's a great football player.
Yeah.
Get the best coach you can. You know what I mean? And if they happen to have grown up in Laurel, even better. Erman, we got to run, brother. I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Jeff, take care, man.
Check out
Mitch.
at Jeff Erman, Jeff_Erman, ERMANN. Check out Inside MD Sports. We're going to make some bets when we come back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There's an absolutely loaded sports calendar this week, and whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, or any other sport, check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesdays, Hump Day Parlays, and Golf Profit Boost tokens over the weekend. And right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The home of the Terrapins. I just got 2 tweets that are pretty interesting. One is from Ike Dog. Ike Dog says, "Are we sure Cooper Flagg is the true number 1 in the draft? Or is this just media driven like Caleb Williams?"
I think Cooper Flagg can play, though.
Yeah.
Listen to me. I ain't gonna lie. The first game I watched with him, he started off slow as hell. Then all of a sudden, he just took over the damn game. And I say, you know what? This kid has everything.
Dude.
3-pointer, mid-range, take it to the hole. When he started flushing it on people
Plays D.
and blocking shots, I'm like, okay, I'm real with that.
Yo, totally agree, dude. Like, Flagg is the real deal. And then I noticed this on Twitter. Somebody tweeted out that everybody from Maryland is now in the transfer portal. And of all people, Derek Queen quote tweeted and said, I did not enter the portal.
Yeah, I didn't enter the portal. I'm going to the pros.
Right. Now he's still going to the draft, but I thought that was cool.
I entered the real portal.
Right.
Where we all trying to go.
All right. Make some picks, boys.
I'm taking the Caps.
Boise State -8.5.
Caps are in a tough spot tonight, man.
They're in a tough spot, but you know what? The other team is sitting home for 3 days. They may be a little messed up.
Know what I'm doing?
I'm going to take the Pistons plus 13.5.
I'm taking the Wiz. Wiz are plus 13.5 at home against the Kings. I bet if you want, you probably get a ticket to that joint if you roll over there. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today.
Give me the under in that game, too, with my parlay.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Al Koken. Thank you to Jeff Erman. Fun day today. Good luck to Buzz Williams.
The Wiz game, right, Brian?
Yeah, White Brian, damn it. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it as far, Lieber.
Some pretty big baseball breaking news. The Red Sox and rookie second baseman Christian Campbell are in agreement on a $60 million contract extension. So he's now going to be a cornerstone of the franchise, and he's locked up through 2034. Campbell had a meteoric rise through the minors, became one of the top prospects in the game, and then broke camp with the Red Sox this season. Last night, Ovi scored goal number 891, meaning he is 4 goals away from breaking the all-time scoring record. Tonight at 7 p.m., he has another opportunity with the Caps taking on the Hurricanes. As always, you can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. But before that, you can also listen in as Mackenzie Gore and the Nationals take on the Blue Jays. First pitch for that one, 3:07 p.m. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Wednesday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan. This will be a weird show. We are going to be bred today around the meat and cheese that is the Washington Nationals. So we're with you for about a half hour. Then Charlie and Dave pregame and first pitch. And then we will be back on Grant and Danny for some short version of our show afterwards before we get you ready for the evening ahead on 106.7 The Fan. But all you need to know, don't complicate things. Put your feet up. Enjoy some DC sports talk and baseball today right here on The Fan. I am in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard. Danny is in an undisclosed location. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, buddy. Our show's 20% over, or at least the first part is. Yeah, dude, it's one of those weird days where start and stop with the Nats' little matinee piece looking for a salvage job with Mackenzie Gore on the bump. I'll take my chances there. But the great one, our great one anyway, not the great one, but our great 8 scored again last night in a win. As you said, things are head on a swivel, a lot of good stuff happening.
You're going to kick over a hornet's nest if you start calling Alex Ovechkin the great one.
I know, right? That was a Freudian slip right there. I didn't mean anything, Canada. Everybody settle down.
There's going to be some Canadians that are all kinds of in their feels, buddy.
I was just saying our great 8, the great one, our great guy, right? Not the great one. A great one.
So, actual question, and I don't know the answer to this, but I actually had never thought about this until about a month ago. Was Ovi's nickname the Great 8 based on the Great 1? Because the Great 8 has been around as a nickname for him from Joe B and all these guys for, I don't know, at least a decade, if not longer. As far back as I can remember. He's been playing for 20 seasons. He's 39. He debuted in 2005, which there was a great graphic last night as Ryan Leonard made his debut at 20 years old. That he was born in the spring of 2005, and Ovi made his debut 5 months later in 2005, as Ryan Leonard was like trying baby food for the first time.
That's right, yeah.
Which is amazing that they're sitting next to each other on the bench and occasionally on the ice at the same time last night. But I bring this up to ask you, if that's why he was originally the Great 8, it's so fitting that he's going to surpass Gretzky now. 3 goals from tying, 4 goals from surpassing. But do we think that's a factor, or is it just poetic and accidental?
Yeah, I thought it was the latter. I don't know if anybody specifically said, "Hey, this guy's game reminds me in some way of Gretzky's." You know, it's certainly he was a different player, always has been, and that's not a knock on anybody. I don't know that Gretzky laid a check his entire career. And again, I'm not being disrespectful. That's the greatest player I've ever seen.
Well, the only thing they have in common is they scored 890 plus goals, in my opinion. One's a center, one's a wing, one's a creator. Like Gretzky and Crosby are way more similar to me than Ovi. But I don't even mean it's a comparison thing as much as like the hockey icon, the Michael Jordan, his airness. And so you have a nickname for a younger player with airness in it, where the Great 1 and then the Great 8. I just wonder, because I've thought about it a lot lately as, wait, was that done on purpose, or is this just coincidental?
Yeah, so I thought it was, obviously, the little play on words, the rhyme with the number 8, and that's what he wore. But I'll let it stand, man. I don't care. He's about to pass the greatest hockey player ever in what a record that was previously thought to be unbreakable. Because what would have to happen is insane. If you scored 40 goals a year for 20 years, you'd be short. You're 100 short. You're not. Sorry, great career, buddy. You did an awesome job. go sit down and be fourth on the list. You know what I mean? It's one of those records where you think about the home run kings and some of these guys where you go, yeah, if you hit 40 a year for 12 years, you don't make this 500 barrier, which is insane. You know what I mean? Like, it's just when you start adding up and stockpiling the numbers, it's absurd. I mean, again, we're out of adjectives. We're out of all the right words to be able to say about it. What's happening for, again, a competitive team. It matters so much more to me, Jeeps, that it's not for, and it's still been an incredible record. But if they were like if they were what Boston is right now, where they've already traded away a couple guys and it's a rebuild and they're just sort of inching along and they're just feeding Ovi just out of some sort of cursory attempt to get this record, it would feel empty. It's not. It's for a President's Trophy contender, for a Stanley Cup contender. These goals are meaningful. He's putting them up 1-0, 2-0, scoring game-tying goals, potential game-winning goals on what hopefully is a deep run into the spring. It's that much more remarkable, and it's that much more in the face of any and all naysayers.
I found last night to be unimpressive as far as wins go.
Agreed.
The Caps were up 2-0 after one, and I didn't think they'd played great, but they had a 2-0 lead. And it seemed to me like in the second period, they kind of stopped skating. That was a really bad 20 minutes.
Yep.
And eventually they pull away and get a 4-3 win. They were up 4-2, give up a late goal. And then they get an opportunity in an empty net, and Ovi by about a foot missed what would have been a second goal in the game. Luckily, he missed it because otherwise your boy would be in Raleigh right now. If he scored twice last night, my plan was I was driving to Raleigh and I'd be doing the show from there.
Wow.
But because he's still 4 away as I turn around and look at the Ovi tracker here, from breaking the record. Hat trick tonight, and he ties it. I thought for a quick second, 10, 12 seconds about going to Raleigh, and I said, the likeliness of a hat trick's probably not good enough. The likely of an Ovechkin trick of the 4 goals certainly isn't good enough. And if he does it, amazing, I'll be watching on TV. But I won't make the hike. So I'm going to be there Friday night, and I hope he gets a goal. Really the perfect scenario, even though I'm just not sure if he's got it in the tank right now, because he seems like he's running out of a little bit of gas in terms of like the peak of his powers from this season. But a 2-goal game tonight to set up going in being 1 from tying and 2 from breaking the record when I'm in the barn on Friday night would be a dream come true. But last night's goal, in case you guys missed it, was the most easy. Anybody sitting in any section in the stands could have scored the goal. He is net front. Goalie's out of position. Swayman goes over to play the puck. Great pass. And Ovi is on the doorstep.
Strome to center with Dubois, top unit on here with Wilson, right corner, and of course an opportunity for Alex Ovechkin here. Carlson right side, back to Carly up top, steps into the slot, looks at the tip, Ovechkin scores! Alex Ovechkin scores on the tip along the left post. He is 1 closer here in Boston. It's his 38th goal of the season. Goal 891 and an ovation by all here in Boston. Even Bruins fans are cheering. He needs 4 to pass Wayne Gretzky for the most in NHL history.
ESPN had a crew on site. They're following him now. I saw Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post took a picture of his flight plan today at the airport. He's now in full-on travel mode. Zach Leonsis, the son of owner Ted Leonsis, who's heavily involved in the ownership group, he said via tweet, I think it was last night, may have been this morning, I saw it this morning, that they will now be part of the traveling party, game in and game out. So it is on like Donkey Kong, people. We are a hat trick away from tying this thing. And Wayne Gretzky had vowed earlier this season that when Ovi gets to the precipice, that he would start traveling to the games to be there to congratulate him when it happens. I wonder if that means he now has to start traveling with the group as well, because 3 for Ovi is like 1 for everybody else. Like, it could pop off and happen at any moment.
Call your travel agent, Wayne. Get on that bird and go. Again, the 38th goal of the season. I don't want to gloss over that because obviously we're talking about the bigger picture record here, Jeeps, going past 894. But he has 38 goals, tied for 4th in the league with a handful of other guys. And he's played around 15, 16, 17 less games than everybody else. As a reminder, he broke his leg. He broke his leg this season. This was not 2 seasons ago, and it's acting up on him, and it's a little achy, and he feels a bit run down, because that pesky nagging injury where he recovered from his broken leg, and sometimes it doesn't feel sturdy. This season, he broke his leg, missed a whole mess of games, and he's 4th in the league in goals. at 39 years of age. There aren't enough ways to explain or quantify how unbelievable an accomplishment that is.
Well,
let alone this record.
I can take a stab at it with numbers that I think actually sell this pretty good. So in his career, right, a Hall of Fame, greatest goal scorer of all time, best player in DC sports and not particularly close, 3-time MVP, several-time Rocket Richard, most goals in the sport. In that career, he has on 2 previous occasions had a career high 2.1 goals per 60 minutes. So that is the best ever for Ovechkin, is 2.1 goals per 60 minutes. He did it as a rookie in a 60-goal season, and then he did it again in 2019-2020. Okay? But twice he's done that. What do you think his goals per 60 minutes is this year?
0.6, 0.55, something like that?
2.2.
Wait. Oh, per 60. I'm an idiot. Because that's not a... Never mind. Sorry. Back to you.
The point of the dude's story is, in his career, 2 times ever, he had 2.1 goals per 60. And this year, as a 39-year-old, he is averaging more goals per game, per 60, per shift, whatever you want to use. But in this case, the metric is per 60 than he ever has before. Last year, Danny, he averaged 1.2 goals per 60 minutes. This year, it's 2.2. What we are seeing from this guy, he's had 40, 50 goal seasons where he averaged, 1.8 goals per 60 minutes. He's never scored at this rate before. He's 39 years old. If he didn't miss the nearly 20 games, he would currently have 48 to 50 goals probably.
He'd be knocking on the door with Leon Draisaitl right there at the top of the
He
league.
would have a legitimate chance at 55 goals this season, which, less than 1% of players who have ever played the sport have ever done, and he'd be doing it essentially at 40 years old. So you're right. I mean, there aren't good ways to quantify this. There are some numbers that can allow you to take a stab at it, but my God, man. I mean, any debate, because we've had it on the show for years and taken calls about greatest athletes in DC sports, it is over. I mean, he is skating away with it in the latter years of his career as he just refuses to slow down. And whether he breaks the record this year or not, bro, we get one more of these next year with the Caps having just debuted Leonard, having a stocked system, not only being a cup contender this year, but one way or the other, they get bounced in round 1, round 2, whatever. They're back and sustainably have a chance to make a deep run year in and year out moving forward, including one more with Ovi after this.
Well, so remember this. Last year, the first half of the season, really, where he wasn't scoring at all. And he was like putting up mid-tier defenseman goal-scoring type numbers, right? And you go, okay, well, still the greatest goal scorer ever to live. Still the best athlete in DC history. Still an incredible March. But if we're going to do this, we're probably kind of limping along, right? Where we'll get our 16, 17 goals and, he gets a couple empty netters and a couple power play goals here and there, but we're just really trying to do everything we can to push this boulder up the hill to get him over the record. That was the first half of last year. Since then, he's 26 years old again somehow, doing things that, as you have already kind of quantified, are rarefied air for anybody, let alone a 39-year-old. So it's happened a couple of times where a reasonable person would look at it and go, he's probably slowing down some. The history of the game, the history of goal scoring, the history of people that have been prolific at points in their career. There are certain precipices, easy word to say, where you start to fall off and you kind of go down a staircase a little bit, where you're going to slow down. A good season is 30 for one of these elite goal scorers. Then the good season is 25. And then if you get to 20 the last couple of years, like the great home run hitter that at one point hit 60, but, probably has to cheat a little bit to get to that fastball towards the end of his career when he's inching towards 500. That's reasonable. That's normal. That's what human beings are affected by. Father Time. He is undefeated. Right now, he's still waiting on Ovechkin to succumb to some of these factors. It's unbelievable. Again, he doesn't move around the same way. You can just watch him on the ice. It's not the eye test is obvious. If you've watched his whole career, as you and I have, he is not the same skater, bull in a china shop, a stick dangling.
He's almost a completely different player.
He's a totally different player. And yet you look up and you go, is he more effective as a goal scorer? I mean, he's more efficient, certainly, in terms of movement, getting the goals that he's getting.
The only commonality between early career Ovi and current Ovi is the office goals on the one-timer on the power play. That's essentially the carryover. But, by and large, everything else has changed. He was a McDavid-like, not quite to the extent as a skater, but up and down the ice, fast breaks, 2-on-1 rushes, deking, curling and dragging around guys. Like he used to do that with ease and would have those highlight reel goals. And those are very few and far between anymore. It's set pieces, it's in front of the net, it's banging pucks home. Occasionally he'll beat you with an electric shot 2-on-1, but it's not curling and dragging or necessarily stick handling like it was early in his career. But here's the lay of the land. So Ovi, 3 to tie, 4 to set the record. They play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Hurricanes. You'll hear that game right here on 106.7, The Fan. That's in Raleigh. And I know a ton of Caps fans will be there because I've been there a couple times for games in the past when Ovi wasn't on the verge of a record, and that place is packed with Capitals fans. It's drivable. So cannot wait to see the atmosphere tonight watching the game. Friday, they're at home against the Blackhawks. If he scores a goal tonight, and definitely if he scores 2 goals tonight, then Friday night becomes really intriguing. Sunday, the 6th against the Islanders suddenly looks appealing. That's not a game I planned on traveling to, but I hear rumors that you and I might be watching that game with some fans out at Caddies in Bethesda. We'll get you the final details here very shortly if that materializes. So that would be the next road game after the home game on Friday. And then Thursday against the Hurricanes on April 10th. To me, that's the date I'm circling, barring tonight. He scores a goal or 2 tonight, well, okay, it's happening either against Chicago or the Islanders. But if he goes 0 for tonight, maybe home game Friday night this week, home game next Thursday, those tickets through the roof, and you hope that he can get it done in front of the locals at Capital One Arena who have been cheering for him for 20 years.
Yeah, it is to pass Wayne Gretzky's record. I can't even believe it, man.
All right, the Nats are getting ready to play baseball. We got a shorty today, so we'll get you set for the Caps tonight and the Nationals as well as soon as we return on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant, and spring football is in full bloom. The Defenders won their season opener this weekend. It was a really entertaining game. You need to get out to Audi Field to be part of the fun. I mean, it is just awesome how much fun going to a Defenders game has become. It's a family atmosphere, but you can party if you want to go with the buds too. There's a little something for everyone. It's just electric. DC Defenders, Memphis Showboats. That's the game. Blossom Bowl's what they're calling it at Audi Field this Saturday night. April 5th. It is a cherry blossom celebration, but it comes with a side of hard-hitting action and a spotlight on the University of Maryland, part of the college series the Defenders do. Do not miss out. Get your tickets now at ufldefenders.com/tickets. That's ufldefenders.com/tickets.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. 2 young MLB stars signed massive contract extensions today. First up, San Diego Padres and star outfielder Jackson Merrill agreed on a 9-year, $135 million contract extension. And then just about an hour ago, rookie second baseman Christian Campbell and the Red Sox agreed to an 8-year extension, marking the earliest in a career that the Red Sox have ever locked up a player to a multi-year deal. This extension worth $60 million. And coming up for you, we got a DC doubleheader, 3:07 p.m. First pitch between the Nationals and the Blue Jays. You've got Mackenzie Gore on the bump. Then 7 p.m., the Capitals take on the Hurricanes. And just a reminder for those keeping score at home, which is everybody, Alex Ovechkin is only 4 goals away from breaking the all-time scoring record. Let's see what he has up his sleeve for us tonight. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Thank you to Savannah for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We will take you up to 2:35. Charlie and Dave pregame at that time. Nats baseball, and then tonight, Caps hockey. We're the bread here. We're the sandwich today on The Fan. Although, maybe we're not bread as I think about it, unless we're a double cheeseburger.
Yeah, what would we be instead?
Well, the Nats are a patty, obviously, but aren't the Caps also a patty? So we'd have to be a Big Mac. Maybe
we're a Big Mac.
I've never eaten one, but tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't it bread, burger, and a bunch of weird sauces and shredded lettuce? And then another piece of bread, which is Grant and Danny later. And then another patty, which is the Capitals.
Now you answer me this. What's the top bread?
I think it's, what's that guy's name that we met the one time? It's really nice. J.R. Sport Brief.
It's the J.R. Sport Brief as the bread on the sandwich. All right, fine. Yeah,
Grant
done.
and Danny served as the bottom of the bread. And
we're the middle bread, dude. I love it.
But the J.R. Sport Brief will be the top of the bread. Thoughts?
I think you're right.
Do you know that me and him both were in a circus together one time? That's a great story.
Wait, what?
He's like the nicest guy in the world.
He's
He
a very
came in
nice man,
studio.
yeah.
You met him. I think he was on with us, actually.
There was a reason for that, and I don't remember what the reason was, but yes, he came in and was on with us.
Yeah, he's a great dude. But we went to the Universal Circus. He was having an evening where he does a charity, and it was like his night with the circus, and I went out there to help out, and he and I were like in a skit with clowns at the circus.
Mm-hmm.
Although they weren't like Barnum and Bailey clowns, it was kind of a different operation. But anyway, not how I call people clowns. You know, like when someone says something stupid or does something stupid, like the actual people who perform in the circus. And him and I were out there doing skits and bits. It was fun.
Wow.
Anyway, he'll be the top of the bread, or whoever's on late night tonight.
Whoever the late one is.
National.
Yeah, your boy Jody Mack.
Maybe it'll
Talking
be
about
Amy
horse racing.
Lawrence. Yeah, Jody Mack will be getting at the bottom of. By the way, speaking of horse racing,
Yeah.
do you know? So our guy Jason Worth, best friend of the program,
It's a great friend of the show. Long-time
friend of the show. Last year, he got into horse racing. He had a horse, and basically a Hail Mary was thrown, and his horse ended up in the Kentucky Derby, right? So when he was on the show with us a couple weeks ago at spring training, he was telling us how he half owns this new horse.
He's got a bigger piece of this horse.
No, this one, he owned basically all of the last horse. He owns less of this horse. But
I thought it was the other way around. I thought he had like a quarter of the first one, and this one, like it's his like baby.
My understanding was that was his horse that ran in the Derby last year. I don't think it matters. But the point of the dude's story is his horse was running in a race. If you remember, he was telling us about it. He's like, yeah, my horse is running in the Jeff Ruby Stakes. He was like telling us all about the Jeff Ruby Stakes, right? Which, by the way, great pull by me.
That first, incredible. I'm like, who was Jeff Ruby at the time? But he was on a roll. So
But do you remember what he told us?
Like, yeah, man, it's a moonshot. You know, if I make it, we'll be in the Derby again, man. If we win it.
His horse needed to finish first or second. His horse finished second.
Unbelievable.
He's back in the Derby.
He's just living this charm life.
Jason Worth is back in the damn Derby. Our pal. So I'm actually going to text him and see if I can come with him to the Derby this year, which is a little bit of a Hail Mary myself. But now that we're best friends, Why wouldn't I?
It's a little forward. It's a little rushed. It's like on Seinfeld when Keith Hernandez asked Jerry to move after only hanging out a couple of times.
How funny would that be, though, if I get decked out and my wife, who's always wanted to go to the Derby, gets all dolled up and we're hanging out in the owner's suite at the Derby this year?
I mean, there's your content.
I am going to text him today, actually, now that I think of it. Because
how do you start that? Do you ask right away, or do you just go like, "Hey man, what's up? Congrats on the horse thing." What do you do?
I'm gonna be like, "Dude, your horse is back in the Derby. That's amazing." He's gonna be like, "Dude, crazy." And then I'm gonna say, "Hey, I know you were really mean to me for a long time, and I hated your guts up until like 6 weeks ago."
Don't say that in the text.
No. I'm very upfront about our weird relationship.
Yeah.
But now that we've buried the hatchet and we're best pals, let's do this thing together. Like, I now love Jason Worth, whether he has me at the Derby or not. It's true. I didn't like him for a long time. Not as a player, just personally, because frankly, he didn't treat us very well. What is the opposite of not very well?
Right. Poorly?
Yeah. Not like professional people that worked at Nats Park and had a job to do. But anyway, we've buried that. I like him. He likes us. Let's all get together and be a happy family and also drink mint juleps at the Derby. So I'm going to text him.
Would a Sean Kelly avenue for an in help there?
Oh, no, definitely. Because the video I saw of, it's the Jeff Ruby Stakes, man. My horse is running in the Jeff Ruby Stakes. Him and Sean Kelly were there watching his horse together.
Yeah.
Because Sean's now doing a pod with Jason Worth. Sean Kelly was like decked out in a suit. Worth's wearing like a backwards hat and it looked like a polo shirt or something. But like he is just, because his whole bit is anyone can own a horse. I want to make it cool to own a horse. I'm not going to dress like these people and do what these people do necessarily. But Kelly was like decked out to the nines, and they're just going nuts, jumping up and down, losing it. Like the full-on 4 or 5 jumps while latched onto somebody hug. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
But also it's just hilarious because their horse got second. So they were reacting like that to the point where when they were walking down, the lady who had won, her horse, the owner of the other horse that actually won, stopped them on her way to the winner's circle and was like, I just have a question. Didn't we win? Like, why are you guys? They're like, we're going to the Derby too, lady. You know what I'm like? We're going to be at the Derby. So you won, but we also won.
Congrats on your win. I'll see you at the Derby.
Exactly. But I'll let you know what Worth says about my quest to get into the owner's box.
Love it.
At the Kentucky Derby. All right, I want to play this clip from Mike Rizzo. This is the Sports Junkies today. We spent about an hour yesterday against our better judgment and the judgment of needing ratings on the radio.
One could say we torpedoed.
Thank you. We spent some time taking calls on and dissecting in great detail the torpedo bat in Major League Baseball. Because frankly, we're nerdy and we love baseball, and every now and then we let our hair down and do it. Well, Mike Rizzo was on the Junkies today, and he was asked if the Nationals plan on getting into the torpedo game, and he gave an answer I did not expect. He said that they are ordering torpedo bats as we speak. Listen to this.
Hey, do you have any torpedo bats on you?
I do not. We need to order a few, though. That'd be great. I think we're gonna.
Well, what's your thought on that, on the torpedo bat?
I think it's a it's kind of a revolutionary idea. We'll see how it if there's a big assist on it. Really all it's doing is shifting more barrel space to a place that you often hit the ball. Not everybody hits the ball in the sweet spot, and so I think that it's something that we are looking into. We're definitely going to order a few and see if it does have an impact on how guys propel the baseball and barrel up baseballs.
Mm-hmm. You can talk about this because you played. How much of it could be a confidence factor more than maybe the science behind it? Because guys get particular with the bat, but then if they go in a slump, they'll borrow somebody else's bat. If they hit a home run, they're like, I'm going to roll with this bat.
Yeah, I think there's some science behind it to kind of influence you, if you will, into using it, into trying it. And then if you get a couple of hits with it, obviously, it's the secret sauce that makes it go. And I always tell my coaches that if a player thinks it's helping them, and then it is helping them if he thinks it. So it could hitting is a lot about there's some mechanics and there's obviously skill involved with it, but a lot of it is mental. So if you think it's helping you, then it's definitely helping.
Mike Rizzo every single Wednesday with the Sports Junkies in the second half of their show, normally around 9:00, and today made it known the Nats are getting into the torpedo bat game. Let's get you the lead off with the Nats and the Blue Jays coming your way from Toronto. Pregame is just a couple of moments away. Brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Leading off playing shortstop, C.J. Abrams batting second, Ahmad Rosario. Batting third, doing the catching, Keibert Ruiz. Hitting cleanup in left field, James Wood. Batting fifth at first base, Nathaniel Lowe. Batting sixth, their designated hitter, Josh Bell. Alex Call in right field, Paul DeYoung at third base, batting eighth. And Dylan Cruz in center field, batting ninth.
Dylan Cruz back in the lineup, looking to get hit number 1 of the season. I got to tell you, if you're listening and you're my wife, please turn down the radio for 10 seconds. Danny, I bet $100 you'd get a hit today. That's a couple of units. That's 2-3 units there. That's a couple, 2-3.
Oh, man.
I was sitting here with Darius and Ryan doing a tough guy bit. I'm like, he's going to get one today. I just know it. And they're like, put your money where your mouth is. I was like, how much? And Ryan's like, $500. I was like, I'm not going to do that.
It's a little much.
But they talked me into 100. And so $100 on a Dylan Cruz base hit today.
Like, what if he walks 3 times? How Rick are you going to be?
Oh, I'll be livid. Yeah, I'd be. If he gets on base 5 times with a couple of HBPs and walks, I'm going to be irate.
He's due to dunk one in, man. He hit one on the screws the other day when he played. He's going to get one.
That's my thought. Wizards Wednesday. Congrats to caller 10-800-636-1067. You get tickets to see them play Brooklyn on April 9th. Join the Wiz Fan Appreciation Night presented by Michelob Ultra when they face off against the Sixers. Wizards tickets, caller 10 right now. Thanks to them for making Wizards Wednesdays possible. Charlie and Dave are next.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Baseball is back in Washington, D.C.
Here's the pitch, and the flashbulbs go off. It's in there, a called strike one. And that first pitch will be headed to Cooperstown and the Hall of Fame as baseball is back in Washington.
Here's the pitch. Swing a fly ball deep right field. Giving chase to right fielder Gonzalez toward the corner. Looking up at the wall, and it's gone! Ryan Zimmerman is now the all-time home run hitter in Washington, D.C. baseball history.
All on their feet, all around Nationals Park. The 2-1 pitch. Line to left center field. Souza moving over. Can he get there? He makes it down. He cuts. He makes it down. He cuts. He holds on. It's a no-hitter for Jordan Zimmerman.
A Walls and a strike. Outside target, Chirinos the pitch. Swing a line drive, slice down the right field line toward the corner. Springer back, looking up, and this one is gone. It hits the foul pole, and the Nationals lead as Howie Kendrick has provided his signature moment in the World Series.
The kick in, here it comes.
Swing and a miss! Swing and a miss! Swing and a miss! And a World Series Game 7 winning Curly W is in the books.
This is Nats on Deck, presented by Chinigo Miles. Relentlessly ready. MIOScareers.com. Here's Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler.
Last night here in Toronto, the Nationals rallied from an early 3-0 deficit. Keibert Ruiz with a 2-run single in the 6th inning, and C.J. Abrams a game-tie RBI double in the 7th. The Nationals saw the Blue Jays score 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning against reliever Jose Ferrer, with an error contributing, and the Blue Jays went on to win it 5-3. Now the Nationals try and salvage the final game of this series here this afternoon from the Rogers Centre in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's the Washington Nationals and the Toronto Blue Jays. Hello again, everybody. Welcome to Nats on Deck from the Nissan broadcast booth presented by Chinigo Miles. Well, if it wasn't for the retractable roof here at the Rogers Centre, we probably wouldn't have baseball today. We left the hotel a few hours ago. It was 33 degrees with a 21-mile-an-hour wind, Dave. It felt like 13 degrees with a wind chill, and when last we looked outside, it was snowing.
Yeah, snowing sideways. The snow is sticking on the ground. It's good hockey weather, But not good weather for baseball outdoors. But with the roof, baseball indoors. Although both teams are scheduled to travel after the game, that could be a bit dicey depending on how it unfolds over the next few hours. But yes, we'll have baseball on time thanks to the big roof over our heads.
Indeed, it's supposed to turn to rain. Hopefully, not freezing rain, and we'll get out of here and get home because it's an off day tomorrow, and then the Nationals have the big celebration with the 20th anniversary weekend on Friday, starting with the Arizona Diamondbacks in town.
Yeah, the Nationals, the first team to ever hosted in D.C. at RFK Stadium, so it's going to be a big weekend, and some members of the 05 team will be on hand as they induct that team into the Nationals Ring of Honor over the weekend. So big festivities ahead.
Yep, and a couple of giveaways with the commemorative 20th anniversary ring that fans will be able to get. And then on Saturday, a 2005 replica jersey. Hope that by then we're talking about another well-pitched game by Mackenzie Gore, who gets the start here this afternoon, the finale of this 3-game series. We turn the page, set the scene for tonight, presented by Bill Page Toyota with a loaded roster of new and pre-owned vehicles. Bill Page Toyota is ready to help you steal the show, so step up to the plate. Take one for a ride at Bill Page Toyota or explore their inventory at BillPageToyota.com. Disappointing last night, Dave, in the fact that the Nationals came back and then Jose Ferrer gave up a hit, couldn't field a bunt on a sacrifice. The Nationals then had the wheel play on and didn't get an out at third when it looked like they had the chance there, maybe even one out, maybe two.
Yeah, so often last year we talked about the little things in games the Nationals lost. Last night was a game of the little things, whether it was a base running mistake early in the game or not fielding a bunt in the late innings of the game. And I think Trevor Williams kind of summed it up. Williams gave up 10 hits, mostly soft contact. Ferrer made a wicked pitch on Bo Bichette. And you're not expecting a Bichette to get completely jammed and hit a chopper up the first base line. He said, sometimes it's a game of centimeters, not a game of inches.
Even smaller.
It's a game of centimeters here north of the border. And unfortunately, the Nationals were on the wrong side by a centimeter last night.
So they hope to get a strong pitching performance again from Mackenzie Gore. It was absolutely lights out brilliant on opening day. Unfortunately for him, it was a no decision.
Yeah, things went sideways after the bullpen came in following Gore's outing, but Gore was terrific, and they'll try to be the same, little bit of a different matchup here. The Phillies had so many left-handed hitters today. The Blue Jays load up their lineup with right-handed batters. Only one left-handed hitter in their lineup, their second baseman, Andres Jimenez. But it didn't matter whether you're batting lefty, righty, or standing on top of the plate. You weren't hitting Mackenzie Gore opening day.
No, the lefties went 1 for 10 against them with 8 strikeouts. The righties were 0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts. Left-hander Easton Lucas is called out of the bullpen, has been a starter at times in the minor leagues. He's getting a spot start here and probably won't be in the game very long.
Yeah, it's a bullpen day for the Blue Jays. They have the off day as well tomorrow, so they could go very deep in their bullpen to try to get through 9 innings.
We'll talk more about that in our pitching